where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hi, everybody. Happy Monday. We are here early today. So hopefully this will bring in some people who aren't normally able to watch it live, but I know some others will end up on the replay. But we have a lot to go through. So if you guys haven't watched the trial, or if you are behind on the trial, make sure to buckle your seatbelts because you are in for a wild 3 days of testimony. So let me say hi to you guys in chat, and we will get started where we left off midweek of last week. Hi, Kyra. Hey, Susan. I haven't been following this trial closely, but Twitter has been helpful. I didn't know you got up this smart ass. You know I have to get up and take kids to school till summer vacation, which is like 10 days away. Woo woo. Hey, Steph. Hey, Delana. Hi, Malicious Intent. Hey, wee gobshite. What's up, Scott? Hi, Carla. What's up, Teresa? Hi, Sleuth Investigate. Yeah, Mel, check your messages. Girl, check your messages. What's up, Yankee Ghost? Hi, Jax. I'm obsessed with the Karen Reed case right now. I know. So we court is out today and back tomorrow. Judge Bev had talked about whether they were going to start doing full days on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that may be something that we see a change because Lolly's taking forever to get through direct examinations. It's ridiculous. Hi, Unindicted. What's up, Amy? Play your theme. Hey, Snappy Dragon. Yeah, Susan. I know Susan's like, I'm listening to your other one while you get ready for this one. Hey, Travis. Okay, hold on. Trying to answer a question someone had about witness Higgins. Something happened about his availability recently. Is he a federal agent lay witness? So Brian Higgins is DEA. No, he's not. Why did I say DEA? That's a whole nother thing. He is ATF. But it's been said that he has done a proffer during the FBI investigation of this case, or the investigators in this case. Well, I think it's still the whole case because they pulled a bunch of lay witnesses and everything. So people were wondering if the Commonwealth would call Brian Higgins to testify if he is now signed a proffer with the FBI investigation. That was, I think, a question that was asked in the chat or in the criminality Karen Reed chat. What's up, Princess Buttercup? Hey, Shaz. Hi, Cakey. Let me scroll down. Hey, Dawn. I know. I don't know why. I don't even know where that came from. I knew what I was going to say. Maybe this is probably why I shouldn't be up this early. Right, Mel? Do we know for sure that he is still ATF? No, I don't know that. Somebody not that long ago, I think it was on the last Karen Reed live or a comment underneath it, said that he was no longer ATF. I have not had a chance to look into that. So last I know of, he was. If somebody else happens to know different, then by all means share. But I don't. Last I knew he was, but I have not checked. Hey, Tony, what's up, Allie Blue? Oh, it's 1:30 p.m. here. It's 10:30 here. Susie Q. Hi, all. Holiday Monday Victoria Day here in British Columbia. Ooh. I love it. It's early. Work goes by fast. It's beautiful. I'm glad that I can entertain you guys on your work day. Hi, AMAC. Hey. Hi, ATS. So I know this is going to end up being a pretty long live, so just FYI, because there's so much that happened since we were able to talk about Karen Reed last. I pulled a bunch of, I don't know if you guys are following the Madeline Soto case, but I pulled a bunch of documents for that case. I was hoping to do a live. It's just so hard with this dang trial going on at the same time. I was hoping to do a live on that later tonight, but I don't know if I'll have enough voice left. Once again, anybody who hasn't been here recently, I am not sick, but something's going on with my voice where it like comes back and then it completely goes away. So it's done this a few times over the last now over a week. I don't know why. I just figure it'll fix itself at some point. Or I'll talk like this forever. I have no idea. So I don't just have to bear with me. But so I don't know if I'll have enough voice left to be able to do it. But I really wanted to go over the Madeline Soto documents because there's so much stuff in there. Yes. And so, okay, a couple of other little, hey, NorCal Jim. A couple other little side notes on other cases if you're following Chad Daybell's trial. His daughter is testifying this morning. So I was listening to that, and boy, oh boy. So I've tried to do as much as I can with the Chad Daybell trial, but keeping up on it. I covered Lori Vallow's like daily almost. And so a lot of the things that are happening with Chad Daybell's are kind of repetitive, but I do try to pop in and make sure I listen to anything that's new for this trial that we didn't get to see in Lori's trial. And this is one of those things. And yeah, so his daughter is testifying this morning. So if you are following that case or want any updates, make sure you go check that out, because I don't, if you know anything about Chad Daybell's children, I've always questioned how their allegiance is to their dad. And it's kind of weird listening to her on the stand. So that's one thing. Another big update that's happening right now, if you're following Lisk, which is the Long Island serial killer case, there is a huge search at his home again. They've already done this before, and now they're back there, and the ME just pulled up about a half hour, maybe hour ago. So it would be weird if there's an ME there and we don't know, like they didn't, like if they found something they didn't find before when they were there. But they had looked at a storage unit not that long ago, and the ME was actually there too, and we never heard if anything was found, but it doesn't mean it wasn't found. So it's just interesting that there's an ME back at Rex Heuermann's home for a Long Island serial killer. So, I mean, there's so much stuff to be able to to want to talk about. I just don't have enough time in my day. I'm like, oh my gosh, malicious intent. Maybe she'll do, if you guys aren't following Malicious Intent's channel, she does cover Lisk if you guys are interested in that. I know that my friends Jenn Liu and Alex Erickson have been covering Chad Daybell. If you guys could drop the links to those, that would be great. So that if you guys are really into those and you want to do more, you want to look at more coverage, please check out those channels, because I know that they do it, and they do it with a lot of integrity. Hi, Oz. Emmy is called If Human Remains. I know, that's what I was saying. But they did have him. They did have that Emmy at that storage unit, and we never heard if anything was found. I don't know. It's just weird. Did I say hi, Oz? Sorry. I think I said it in my brain. What's up, BGOG? I like how you did this trial. I knew very little and just learned when you did the one right before the trial started. So maybe that's a way to do Soto. Oh, that's so tough though, because I follow like. Oh. I know. All right, we'll see. The Soto trial is not going to happen for a while, but there's so much happening. And then this one, I feel like I had jam-packed it all, and now every live I do is like 700 hours long. Oh, for Manorville. Okay. Emmy could be there to prepare for testimony. Okay. Oh, yeah, we haven't started yet. We were just kind of chit-chatting and talking about other case updates, because there's just so much happening out there right now. Okay, so let me pull this up. And what's up, Kaleida Hope? What's up, OCD Shaggy? What's up, people? Let me pull this up. Like I said, we've got a lot to go over. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, huge testimonies. currently we have Jenn McCabe on the stand, getting ready to do cross-examination starting tomorrow. That is going to be, that's going to be spicy. That's going to be spicy. I wonder if Soto will even go to trial. He may just plead out. I mean, he may just plead out. I agree. I was thinking that when I was reading through some of the court documents, I was like, yeah, you never know though, because some of these guys just, think that they can win. How about Corey Richins? That's another one. Yeah, Corey Richins' attorney's now leaving, and I was doing a pre-record on Corey Richins, getting ready for her preliminary trial, and then it got bumped. I know. Corey Richins, if you're not familiar with her, she is the one who is alleged to have killed her husband with a fentanyl overdose and took out like $4 million in life insurance on him beforehand. That's just crazy. Yeah, that's just a crazy one. And then Chad Doerman, it's another case that I follow. So I'm like, there's just not enough time in my day for all the cases. And they always end up all coming at the same time. P.S. I met Maddie, by the way. When's Maddie's trial? When's Maddie Kingsbury trial set for Maddie's case? Yeah. When is that? We don't have a trial date set. Is she the one who? Yes, Susan. Yes, Corey Richins is also the one who then went and wrote a children's book on how to deal with grief. You've been waiting for this live? This one's a lot. So okay, so we left off. We did Monday and Tuesday of last week. So we left off where Julie Nagel is Brian Jr.'s friend that was at his house for his birthday on Friday night, the 28th. We left off, she was getting ready to be cross-examined, and so it goes into Wednesday's testimony. So we're going to kind of recap her direct, and then we'll go into her cross, and we'll wrap up with her. I really kind of thought there was going to be a lot more to hers, but there wasn't. It kind of just went, done. Okay, if you don't know anything about Maddie Kingsbury, you definitely need to go to Malicious Intent's channel for that. What's up, Deets? Listening while driving. Good Nunya. Happy belated birthday. Yeah, check out for anything Madeline Kingsbury. That's a domestic violence. Bad husbands. Well, alleged bad husbands. Okay. All right. So, like I said, we left off on Julie Nagel. We'll do her direct. Sleuthy is currently working, but I did send her the link. So if she has some time, she's going to pop up sporadically. I'm sure if I start to say something that she's like, I really need to make sure that this is said, she'll be here. So we'll see if she ends up making it. But like I said, we're probably going to be here for a little while. So make sure you got your drinks. Make sure you've gone to the restroom. Put your seatbelts on, and we're going to get into it. So direct was on Tuesday. We already covered it, but we're going to go over it again really quick. So she just talks about this. She lived in Canton. She went to Brian Jr.'s house. Her dad took her and her friend Sarah Levinson, which we've talked about her review of people at the house and the plans for the night. Talk about Colin. She knows him. Says Colin left before the others came home. Brian's dad took Chloe outside. It's the weirdest thing that everybody in the whole entire house knows exactly when and how long Chloe was outside. That is one of the weirdest things that they all seem to absolutely remember. What's up, Breeze? She texts her brother to come and pick her up, and then she goes outside to meet him, and instead she decides she's going to stay because she's now been offered. I'm living for your presence. They're so good. I'm here to hear anything I may have missed. I've been falling off. Oh goodness, girlfriend, you can't be falling off right now. Right now is like where it's at. So you got to get back in. Get back in the saddle. Get back on the saddle again. So she says, well, we know we got another ride, so we're going to go ahead and stay. Why don't you guys come in? They're like, no, we're not coming in. So there was a black SUV outside. Biggest things about her testimony is she says that when she she was watching out the window for her brother to come, and she saw the black SUV outside. She saw it first in front of the mailbox, which is interesting because remember who else is supposed to be parked in front of the mailbox. So she first sees it in front of the mailbox. The second time she says she sees it, it's like closer to the front of the house, like right out the front door. And then she sees it move up by the flagpole. But she says when she goes outside to see her brother, there is no SUV. It's gone. It's not there anymore. So she's not even looking for the SUV because it doesn't exist now. So that's strange. She ends up leaving the house at about 1:45, and Matt's driving, and she's sitting behind Matt. She's like looking over at Sarah, who's sitting next to her, and she sees outside, and this is when she sees this giant black blob by the flagpole, and she says, like, she tells the others in the car, and Sarah's like, wait, what? And kind of like looks out the window, but she doesn't really ever end up clarifying. She does say she's intoxicated, but this is the first time ever in any interview, any investigation, any testimony, any part of this entire thing where she tells anybody that this black blob, which was referred to as a black object, is about 5 or 6 feet long, which Yannetti will end up on cross and going, hey, like, what the hell are you talking about? So cross happens, and we're to talk about that. How long she was at Fairview was about 8 hours. She went outside to meet her brother. Proctor interviewed her in October of 2022. Remember, this happened January 29th of 2022. So she's not interviewed until October. She has discussed the case with Sarah. She knew Brian Jr. for years, knows his family, knew the McCabe. She's been to the McCabe's house. She doesn't really remember. She's driven their kids around. This was one of the things that Yannetti asked her, like, hey, you've been to their house. And she's like, no, I don't think so. Or not that I remember. These are the stupid lies. Okay, let me preface this by saying I still am totally waiting for the reconstructionists. These are the people I feel are going to be the most important to convincing me, this lay person on the outside, that Karen Read actually did this. I need the reconstructionist, the person who can tell me how John O'Keefe's body got the injuries it got from Karen Read's car, what on Karen Read's car, her Lexus, hit his body to cause those things, or how they believe that this happened. And then I'm also waiting for the tech guys. They got to come in and prove to me that Jenn McCabe didn't actually Google anything at 2:27 about how to die in the cold, because I don't believe it right now. I mean, I believe that she probably did. I don't believe her version. So people, they're going to have to convince me of this. My biggest issue with this case is the witnesses, the people who are supposed to be essentially some defending themselves against, these quote unquote allegations and harassment by social media people, yet they go on the stand and they don't tell the damn truth. They hide it. They try to cover it up. They act like it never happened. The amount of I don't recall. And tell me that is not a coached thing. They're absolutely coached. There's no doubt about it. I don't recall, instead of saying I don't remember, because I don't remember, or not, not that I remember, is probably the more honest answer. I don't recall is problematic for me. That one, and the amount of times that they say, we've talked about this before too, the amount of times that can you rephrase that? Like, it would be okay. So if one of them happened to say that, like, let's say Brian Albert Sr. says that because he's testified 100 times, okay, that makes sense. And then everybody else says something different. The fact that every one of them used the exact same words, I don't recall, and can you rephrase that, tells me they were told, if you don't understand the question, or if you need a minute to think of the answer, say, can you rephrase that? Are you opposed to cross-examination? I see, Dub. What's up, Rexy? Hey, Remy. It's so obvious they've been coached. Can you rephrase? They're so evasive. Can you rephrase that? I've never heard that. Typically, that's a very big court thing. Like, if there's an objection, the judge will be like, okay, rephrase, or the attorneys will say, hold on, I'll rephrase the question. It's a very legal term. Like, it's something you'd have to know that from watching trials or being involved in testimony. And these guys, these lay witnesses, are just not. They're just not. Also, I noticed how often some of them look to Lolly during redirect, waiting for an objection. Yeah, that's so, you can see they're like, okay. Or when, I think it might have actually been Julie. I think it was Julie who literally just calls him Lolly. I think she just refers to him as Lolly, and then Yannetti has to be like, you mean Mr. Lolly? Because she's just like, yeah, I like Dr. Lolly. Dr. Lolly. Well, she absolutely, Rexy. That's where I'm at, because obviously we have the presumption of innocence, and so she is innocent, and we're 3 weeks into trial, and I don't know much about the case against Karen Reed. As of right now, I know a lot of the defense of the McAlberts, and I don't mean that to be derogatory. I mean it because it makes sense that they're called the McAlberts, because it's the McCabe and the Alberts. So I hope nobody takes offense to that. That's just like literally a perfect name for them. It's their family name. I know it was kind of weird. It's like almost habit now to like get up in the morning and like go get my phone and like start listening to the testimony, because otherwise I get too far behind. And it was weird today to go, okay, like, what am I going to do? But then Emma Daybell took the stand. So Emma Murray. And I was like, all right, I got this. If it wasn't for all the BS in the house, I'd be like, yeah, but no. Yeah, there's so much stuff happening to hide whatever, whether it actually has to do with John O'Keefe or not. I'm not even sure of that. Or if they just have like a lot of skeletons in their closet that they're like, leave us alone. We don't want you knowing what we've done in our lives. I don't know what it is, but none of them can tell the damn truth. Now, does that mean to me that they all sat around, and including these like Julie Nagel and everybody else, like sat around and came up with this? I'm not sure. Or if they just said, hey, if you're asked about this, just if it's just one particular thing that like I don't think they all sat down and came up with the entire story. I think maybe a small group of them did. I know a lot about the weather on January 29th. Yes, you do. We still can't even figure out where the hell anybody parked at this point. 3 weeks into trial, we don't know where people parked. They only remember what they want to. Oh yeah, they remember so much more. Well, at least for Tristan, which oh god, we got to talk about that too. Hold on, let me pull this up. We'll talk about it when we get to Colin. At least for Tristan, he didn't remember anything for anybody. He didn't remember it for the Commonwealth. He didn't remember it for the defense. He didn't remember. He was like, I don't know. I mean, he was definitely more argumentative with the defense, but he absolutely did not know anything about anything at all, ever. And I was like, dude, you are either not included in these family meetings, so they don't really like you, or you are a liar, liar, pants on fire. Like, wouldn't it be like, this is like when that whole childhood thing of like, if liar, liar, pants on fire, like if these people lie on the stand and they just like burst up, like just like it starts burning just a little bit, or a Pinocchio and just starts growing just a little bit. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, Bridgie, absolutely. He wasn't any part of that. Yeah, I know Tristan was like, Okay, Noe, I know that you did. Why do you feed into it, No? Don't do that. Well, everybody knows you didn't have anything to do with anything. It's not worth it. I'm telling you. I did not hear that, so I don't know if it's true, but even if so, I've been accused of so much stuff, Noe. I'm telling you right now, at some point, you got to not engage. And I would tell them the same thing. I don't blame Tristan. He's like, get me the hell out of here. I don't want anything to do with this. Okay. Where were we at over here? Oh, so she's lying about being at the McCabe's house. So she's like, yeah, I don't remember. have you been to the McCabe's? Well, I don't remember. And he's like, well, isn't it true that you like driven their kids around? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, haven't you pet sat for them? Like, don't you do pet sitting? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, so you have been to their house. You've pet sat for them. Like, why would she lie about that? Especially, I mean, it's already coming in anyway. Jen's Apple Watch data is going to do her in my opinion. I know her cross tomorrow is just going to be fire. It really is. What's up, Dragonfly? Craziest case I have ever watched. It's weird because it goes from like boring, like because Lolly's so slow. It's like come on, Lolly, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. And then all of a sudden you get like a cross that ends up being really spicy, or you get like a handful of witnesses that are just like, you got to be kidding me. You know, what are you doing with all these people? But right now, I think we are in the thick of the Commonwealth's defense. So it seems to be going, and that's not how it should be, but it seems to be, we're right in the middle of the Commonwealth's defense right now. So she's lying. She's been over there and she knows exactly where they live. She's been to their house. Dumb lie, in my opinion. And she calls Jenn JJ. So she calls her by her nickname. She stayed on the first floor at Brian Jr.'s house the whole time. She remembers Brian Sr. walk Chloe out by her collar. She likes dogs. And he tries to say, so Chloe's not a friendly dog. And she's like, well, I wouldn't say that. And they kind of have some banter about it. She says everybody's in a good mood. They're all in the kitchen in the dining room area, all just hanging out, you know, enjoying and having fun. She wasn't monitoring the basement door, but she never saw anybody go into it. She never watched Colin leave or what car he got into. She texted her brother at about 12:15, 12:20. She has a screenshot of that conversation. No investigator has asked her for the screenshot, but she doesn't know what time her brother got there. The only person who has this screenshot that she's given the screenshot to is Jenn McCabe. And she's like, well, he's like, is she an investigator? Like, why are you giving her this screenshot? She did say she had a decent amount to drink, and she was drinking the Mick Ultra. The Mick Ultra. I was starting to wonder when we were going through all these witnesses, and everybody's talking about what they had to drink. Like, what did you have to drink? What did you have to drink? What did you have to drink? And I was like, why do we give a shit what all these people drink? And I started to realize why we are supposed to give a shit according to the Commonwealth. Because if everybody's drinking beer, they're either drinking it out of a can or a bottle, most likely, except for maybe at the bar. They may have had a tall, you know, a tall glass, but nobody has like a cocktail glass, right? Nobody's drinking out of this cocktail glass. So if they're all in the house and they're all drinking beer, they're drinking Bud Light, they're drinking Mick Ultras, White Claws, none of those things are coming in a cocktail glass. So I think this is just my thoughts on why they're doing this, is to show that there was only one person who was drinking out of cocktail glasses, and that one person didn't finish her drink, and you can see John walking out of the bar with it, and it's a cocktail glass. So I think that's what we're supposed to be picking up from this whole thing, is like there's not one of the people in the house was drinking out of a cocktail glass and then, you know, brought John outside and put their cocktail glass out there, kind of thing. I still want to know where the rest of the drinking glass ended up. I haven't heard that part. To me, it's important. Like where the other shards of glass are. I've heard a couple different things about pieces, but like I wonder if they ever tried to actually like find all of them. That would be interesting. Like how much was actually missing. Yeah, John was drinking beer all night, but then you see him leave with that cocktail glass. So I think that's what they're trying to do, because I was like, why do I give a shit what every one of these people had to drink? Like I could see that how much you had to drink, but like I don't know. So that's the only thing I came up with. She changed her mind about going home when she went outside. She saw the SUV move multiple times. She doesn't know how fast. She's all, I didn't have a radar gun. It's like, are you serious? I didn't have a radar gun. Well, no shit. She doesn't know how fast. She knows that the direction the SUV was moving was forward. She never saw it go backwards, and it was definitely not at like 80 miles per hour. Jen asked her for the screenshots. We just talked about that. She left at 1:45. She saw no body on the lawn. No one she was with said they saw a body on the lawn. She said the car she was in passed in front of the flagpole. She doesn't remember any tire tracks. There was the black object when she interviewed versus the blob she's now testifying to. She never told anyone it was 5 or 6 feet long until today. We've talked about that. Never testified in any hearing regarding this case. They've never called her as a witness anytime, anywhere. What deeds say that's got everybody going? They do. They have crystal light. Or he brings his own packets, which I don't know what's worse. I must have missed that video. Dang it. I also looked to see if I could see Karen walk in with a drink at the waterfall, and I didn't see it. No, there's a video where he's like when he's one of the last ones in. We watched it on one of the recap streams. But he's standing at the high tables, and he has he like kind of looks around, and then he like realizes like, oh shit, everybody's kind of gone, and he's like takes a drink out of the cocktail glass, and then he walks out with it. Matt was drinking vodka water with a splash of crystal light. Yep. And I think he's the only one that's also drinking something else besides beer, because there's only one, and I'm pretty sure Jenn McCabe said she was drinking. We'll get to hers, but I think he's the only one. The most important question hasn't been asked. Who won the weight loss challenge? How do either one of them win a weight loss challenge? Well, Matt gets home, he's hungry. He goes and eats some cheese, apparently. All right, so I think it's interesting to note that she's never tested. They've never called her to testify at any hearing at all. She did not think it was a body at the time. She did not think it was a person in trouble. She never asked anyone to stop the car. She never contacted anyone via phone. She never texted Brian Jr. that somebody was or something was on the lawn. If she thought it was somebody in trouble, she's got Sarah in the car who's a nurse. What's up, Francis? And she could have helped. Brian Sr. is a first responder. She didn't do anything. She didn't do anything to get a hold of any of these people. So he's like, you did not see a body on that lawn. She said, I don't know what I saw. And he says, like, you're drinking for hours, you're intoxicated. And then she's like, some would say I was drunk. He's like, were you drunk? She's like, some would say I was. Brian Jr. called her the next day to tell her what had happened, and she didn't even tell him what she saw. She doesn't tell him what she saw, which makes me think she didn't see anything. Now we come back with redirect, and Lolly's talking to her. So you saw a dark object on the lawn. He takes it back to object, which was her original statements, instead of this blob that she's now testifying to. And then he says, like, all the times that you've been at that house, have you ever been to that area in the yard? And this is the kind of questioning that, for me, Lolly thinks he's helping his case, but when I hear these questions and answers, I'm like, so it could have been anything, is what you're saying. So he asked her, like, how many times you've been over to that house a lot? How many times have you hung out like in that area of the yard? And she's like, I don't really hang out over there. So then essentially, like, this black blob, this black object you saw could have been anything. And now you're trying to say today that it's 5 to 6 feet long, like a body. But you didn't think anything of it for a very long time because you never mentioned it to anybody. So whatever you think you saw was just the fire hydrant, the electrical box, the bushes. You're drunk. You have no idea. Like, so these are the kind of questions I'm like, so now you just made it so she should be overly familiar with that side of the lawn, right? To know that she saw something out of whack. But he has to cover for the fact that she doesn't tell anybody. So now it's like, well, we don't know what the hell she saw. So it's like, which one is it, Lolly? You can't make up your mind. So then Yannetti comes back up and he's like, if you thought it was a body, you would have called 911. She's like, yeah. And he's like, because that's important, you know? And she's like, yeah, it's important. If it was a body, or if I thought it was somebody that needed help, I would have called 911 or I would have told somebody. Realized it was a body the next day and contact. And so if it was that important of information, when you realized that it was actually a body, you didn't call anybody. She says, no, you didn't. And you didn't call 911. No, you didn't call non-emergency. No, you didn't tell your friend Brian. No, didn't tell anybody. Once you knew that there was an actual body on the lawn, you still didn't tell anybody you saw a black blob. And she's like, no. So I'm like, okay, I don't know. I don't find her to be anybody that the jury's going to listen to. I just don't. I think that it's going to be that she doesn't tell her own brother. She doesn't tell anybody. I just don't think that she's going to be, I don't think she's going to be a reliable witness. I don't think she helps the defense, but she definitely does not help the Commonwealth. What's up, Sleuthy? What's up, Ashley? Hi, Thistle. What's up, hippie chick? Everything is after the fact. So I was thinking about it over the weekend. If you take away everything that these people all came up with later, right? Like this, object and blob, incoming from Bob and Jay. Okay. Hi, Shiraz. What's up, Sherry? I love that song back in the day. But if you take away all the stuff from later, and you look at the case just from the beginning, just like let's look at the first few months of it. As the district attorney or assistant district attorney, if you look at this case and you go, shit, my investigators really did some crazy shit. Like the evidence that I have right now is probably not going to hold up in court. It's going to be a struggle. I have these leaf blower. I have red Solo cups of evidence. I have investigators that are there searching the scene and don't find anything. And then after it snows even more, they come back and find stuff. I have an investigator that has towed the vehicle. The vehicle's essentially missing for what was it? Is it like 70 minutes? I think it's like 70 minutes. Don't quote me on that time. But it's essentially missing. He's logging it, saying that he towed it at a completely different time than the surveillance video shows it being towed. You've got cross-contamination of some of this evidence. You just think of some of that. And then you have your biggest witness that Karen Reed did anything is essentially one paramedic who says that Karen Reed told her she hit him. Now you know that paramedic, all the other paramedics don't do anything. All the cops there don't arrest Karen Reed. They don't even take her in for questioning. They let her go. They literally tell them to leave. They tell Carrie to take her home before they have to turn around. They don't tell anybody at the hospital that we believe he's been hit by a SUV. So making sure that they know what kind of injuries to prep for or to look for or what kind of trauma to pay attention to. None of that happens. So before any of these other people are even talked about, like, so let's just pretend like that's the investigation at that moment. That's what you have. How in the world do you continue to prosecute this case? How does that make any sense to anybody? How are the charges not dropped at that point? How instead are we taking that evidence and saying, hey, because at first they just had her charged with oh shit, I can't even think of the charge right now. I just had it in my head, now it's gone. But they go to the grand jury and then she gets ends up being indicted for second-degree murder. Like, what? Like, that's the epitome of a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich. But how do you as a DA go, I think I have enough evidence to take this to trial, when most of my quote-unquote evidence appears later, which is not always abnormal. Sometimes things come out later. That's not always abnormal. It's just weird because of the amount of snow, and then things are being found on top of snow that many times after. But how in the world, as a district attorney, do you think I've got a good case here? I don't know. It's kind of, I can't wrap it around in my brain. They were thinking that she would plead to a lesser. So they wanted you think they wanted the grand jury indictment. And then they were like, okay, we'll get her to plead down to like vehicular manslaughter, something along those lines. You could be very right. I found it very interesting that all the reports say 32 Fairview instead of 34. They were distancing themselves from it from the beginning. I wonder why they just didn't want it, like just didn't want people to know that it was his house. Hey, Four Pitbulls. What's up, Heather? Hi, Teresa. Do you know what the sentencing guidelines are if found guilty? I did look this up, and I could not tell you right now. I couldn't tell you right now. We could look it up though. If she's convicted on each charge, we can look. What's up, Jen? They didn't anticipate Karen fighting back. But I'm just thinking, like, even if she did do it, I just don't know how how you think that evidence is going to be what gets you a conviction. It had many typos, and some of it I don't know how much would matter. Like let's just say everything else is all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and the only thing that comes across or comes out is that they wrote down 32 instead of 34. Like, would anybody think that was a big deal? Probably not. And that's like the whole thing with this whole thing. It's the totality of all of these things together that make you raise an eyebrow. Because if that was it, it wouldn't matter. Nobody would be like, I don't like it. It's just a typo, like big deal, right? But then you have like the typos on all the people when they arrive. So then you have like very bad police work. Just in general, you have very, very bad police work. And even if you bring in the state police, because it now turns into, what do they call it? An unattended death. And so the state police have to take over because they have jurisdiction. That even if they follow all the protocols, and everything's got evidence tape on it like it's supposed to, and all those things, doesn't matter when you know that the person who's investigating it has a personal relationship with these families. Even if it's by, secondhand, if it's my best friend's brother or my sister's best friend, you know what I mean? Like there's not that much distance between these people. Does the DA have the option to move for a dismissal before or after they're closed, knowing they have failed due to lack of evidence? Unlikely, I know, but curious to know if they can. I don't actually know if they can, but after the Commonwealth closes, you'll get some type of motion from the defense on the record, asking for either like a directed verdict or charges to be dismissed without, or with prejudice, so that they can't be charged again. You'll get some type of motion by them, and the judge can say, yeah, I don't think you've done enough to prove your case, even after 7 weeks of testimony on your end. I don't know how long Wally will go, but as of right now, he's still got a ways. I think they were trying to have a backup plan to blame Higgins if this goes sideways. That's why certain people are remembering his white Jeep. Well, there is a certain thing about, like, when Brian Albert testified, and I brought it up when we reviewed his, he makes the comment, he's essentially hanging out with Higgins all night in his house, right? I mean, that's what they're talking about. But then when he's asked, did you see Higgins go in the basement? And he's like, or did Higgins go in the basement? And he's like, not that I'm aware of. Like that, he almost like left a door open, like Higgins could have gone in the basement and he didn't know it. And I thought that was weird, because I'm like, if you're hanging out with them the whole night, fuck, everybody knows when you went and took your dog outside. How in the world do you not know if Higgins went in your basement? Stress says, I knew going into this trial that the police investigation was going to piss me off, and it still pissed me off. It does. It's so bad. That's why I said, even with the state police, now, even if they follow all the protocols on paper, you have somebody who shouldn't be investigating it, filling out these papers. So that causes an issue. And why doesn't anybody think that this is an issue? It's the weirdest thing. I can't imagine being in the position Karen Read is in. It's everyone's worst nightmare if she's innocent. Correct. And there's people who don't think she is. There's people who are adamant that she did this, and they, think that she's causing pain and suffering by not just copying to it and saying, this is what I did. Sleepy Goosey. She said, I'm so excited for tomorrow. It's like my team is going to the Super Bowl. Can anyone tell me why the undetermined doesn't get to come in as a manner of death? Okay, so, well, I know the Commonwealth was requesting for it to not come in, but I don't think they won that motion. So somebody tell me if I'm wrong, and they did. I think it's coming. I do think it's coming in. The Commonwealth didn't want it to, though. But if it's, like I said, if somebody knows different, then let me know. So anxious and excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the cross-examination of Jenn McCabe. And when Jackson walked out of court on Friday, he said her testimony had a lot of holes in it, and I'm going to be focusing on those holes. That was a direct quote from him when he left court. Jenny said it's like Christmas. Remy's like debating taking the day off. Like, I don't feel very good. Yeah, I thought it was coming in. I know that they didn't want it in. Wait, no, Boston JD says they won the motion, the CW. They won. It'll be redacted. Okay, hold on. How in the hell would they win that? Yeah, there you go, Daniel. You guys are right. Hey, Deja Vu. I didn't remember that. I just knew. I remember the Commonwealth requesting it, but I didn't think they were. How are they going to get? Why would she allow that to be redacted? They'll get it in. They'll make sure the jury hears it somehow. There's no way. Even if they have like their own independent expert that comes on and says something about it, they'll get it in somehow. Clyde Hope says, I didn't follow this case until the trial, and those witnesses have lied so much that I wouldn't convict Karen. Not right now. That's why I said this is almost the Commonwealth in defense of the McAlberts. That's what this case is. This is not the Commonwealth versus Karen Read. We've heard nothing about Karen Read. We know nothing about why or how they think she did anything. They can't even put her car in the same spot based on their own witnesses. And this is why eyewitnesses are terrible. And not only are they terrible, but putting them all on the stand back to back is literally showing why they're terrible. Aw, thanks, Danielle. Case law showed only homicide being redacted, if I remember, so the ruling makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. But that's what I'm saying. It's not allowed to come in, but I guarantee you they're gonna find a way to make sure that somebody testifies that this was not even ruled a homicide. I mean, this was not ruled murder. Deja vu's from Jay and Bob. Jay and Not So Silent Bob. When a case has multiple legit suspects, I'm out. That's where we're at. Well, we don't even, here's the crazy part of this case is the Commonwealth has brought up all the other suspects. I just think it would be, how trippy would it be if the defense just doesn't even have to mention much of any of this stuff, because the Commonwealth has literally put their entire case out there for them and discredited their own witnesses by having them on the stand and having them lie. I don't know. Okay, so we had an out of order witness that popped in, so we got to see a little bit of a testimony or on the scientific side of things, because apparently she was probably only able to come at that time. She's from California, so, but she works at a UC Davis vet lab. Essentially what they do is they look for specific animal DNA. And I'm not going to go through, I really just kind of wrote down some basics of it. But essentially what happened here was she talks about that she received these swabs, and this is why I keep saying about the protocols now. So she receives these swabs, packaged up all nice, exactly how she asked for them, and she's told that these swabs are from the shirt. So see, all nicely packaged, cute, ready to go. So she's told that these swabs are from the shirt. Now she doesn't know that because they could have swabbed anything. So having her testify in this out of order is probably going to be kind of confusing to the jury, but they're going to have to bring it back in. Like, they're going to have to wrap it back to this, like, hey, remember when this person testified? The defense also had her on their witness list, so I thought that was interesting. Maybe they wanted to make sure that this pig stuff came in. So essentially, she sent these 2 swabs, and so she's testing them for animal DNA. But that's from the shirt, once again. We don't have any chain of custody on this clothing. And last we know, the public knows about the clothing from the trial, is the paramedics don't know what happened to it. They know that their protocol is to take it from the ambulance into the room, but nobody knows which one of them did it, and nobody knows what happened to the clothing after that. Yes, the public knows a little bit more, but the jury doesn't. So that's why I'm saying, like, this is probably kind of confusing to them. So essentially, she gets these swabs from this shirt, and she tests it for this animal DNA. It's not dog. She talks about 2 different DNA testings, and I could sit here and go into a lot of stuff about DNA. I'm not going to do that right now, but if you are interested in learning more about DNA, I do have an entire live. It's actually under my Idaho 4 playlist, where it talks about the different types of DNA, talks about why they're important to an investigation, and why they're important to, if you're interested in that, into investigative genetic genealogy. It's a very good live. It actually works for any case. It just happens to be that I was talking about it with the Idaho 4, so it's in the Idaho 4 playlist. And it's called IGG, like investigative genetic genealogy. But I go through every type of DNA and why and how they're used for different pieces of an investigation. So I'll just give you guys the quick thing. She's testing for 2 different types here. So she's testing like nuclear DNA, and then she's testing mitochondrial DNA. So it's 2 separate types of DNA. And this may go over the heads of the jurors, so it may not even matter. Because on cross, when she's being asked, he continues to talk to her about nuclear DNA and what was found in this nuclear DNA. Well, she's talking more about what's found in the mitochondrial DNA. It's different. So she keeps trying to specify that's the nuclear that you're referring to, and this is the mitochondrial. So just like a heads up, but a lot of people just think, it's DNA, it's DNA. It is what it is. So she gets pig DNA from the mitochondrial DNA. And it could be from a food product. So essentially, this means like John could have had bacon and then wiped his face on his arm and got bacon on his sleeve. Somebody else who had just touched bacon or sausage or a pork, not pork, anything pig related, and comes and touches him, is like what they're saying, because it can be a byproduct of food. Now, when on cross, Jackson's like, okay, you got no DNA samples from the canine, right? Like, you didn't get any of that. She's like, no, I just got things from the 2 shirts. That's all I got. I didn't get the shirt itself. She was not sent bacon. I love bacon. I got big pig. I'm like, ooh, bacon. I'm like the damn bacon strips. But anyway, so he's like, you didn't get the actual shirt. And she's like, no. He's like, so you don't actually know where on this shirt it was swapped. And she's like, no. He's like, nobody told you a specific location. Nobody told you a specific location of the shirt that was even swabbed. And she's like, no, it just sent me the swabs and asked me for these specific things, and that's what I did. And that's what I searched for. She did not take the swabs herself. So she says that she goes through like all of her procedures in her lab, which is an accredited lab, and they keep going back at that. Francis. They keep going back at like, you're an accredited lab and this is what you would do and these are your protocols, but you didn't happen to actually have the shirt to be able to follow your protocols. And But she's like, okay, so I talked to like the person. Oh, that gets that. I'm skipping ahead. Give me a second. I'll back up. She doesn't know what the other lab did when taking the swabs. Contamination occurs in different ways. And then he throws in, well, would you use solo? Would you use solo cups? And she kind of like chuckles, and that's of course objected to and sustained. But because she's an accredited lab and does evidence testing, he decides to throw that in there. It's just, I mean, it was smooth, but there's 3 reasons that make it possible to not detect DNA. It's either because it's degraded when it comes to nuclear DNA, or the DNA inhibitor. Wait, why did I put that like that? 3 reasons that it's possible to not detect DNA. Be degraded. There's a DNA inhibitor in nuclear DNA. Blood and dye could cause the inhibitor, which is like to stop it from being able to be seen, or the lack of DNA just doesn't exist. So absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And then that gets objected to. So that's what Jackson says to her. It's like a famous saying in forensic stuff. And that gets sustained. So she says, she said it was pig DNA. So he's like, well, could it have come from dog traits? And like, he's like pig ears, like, like they have pig product in dog treats. And she says, yes, it absolutely could have. So I'm wondering why he specified pig ears. And I'm wondering if they might have a picture of Chloe with pig ears, because he made sure to specify that particular dog treat. Like, obviously there's a lot of dog treats that have, byproducts of pig. Pig ears is one that actually has a lot. Somebody even mentioned, and I think it was in the criminality Karen Reed chat, and they said that they had actually seen pig ears that still had like hair on. I was like, that's disgusting. Yeah, dogs love pig ears. Hi, Helene. So I'm, like I said, I'm wondering if maybe they have a picture of Chloe with some type of pig ear. Pig DNA, dog saliva would be rich in DNA. And she says sometimes yes. I feel like he should have dug into this more, but he didn't. He didn't ask any questions about this, how sometimes there is no DNA. She talks about that there was 2 circumstances where she had tested dog bites and there was no dog saliva. There was no dog DNA. And instead of like digging in, like, is that possible that there is no, like a dog could bite you and not leave their DNA from their saliva? He doesn't ask that question. He just keeps going with his own. But I was like, ooh, wait. Oh, Jen, thank you. Jen gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jen. I'm over here reading on the other screen, so I'm like missing all the stuff over here. I'm still thinking about bacon. Yeah, someone bought a ham sandwich. Yep. Hey, Dina. Wait till Jen sees that Life 360. Yeah, why didn't they give the entire shirt? Why didn't they send her the entire shirt? I don't know. Well, welcome all the new members to Criminality, Team T, the T team. I know, J-Lo, can't wait for it. We're all talking about like, oh, tomorrow's just gonna be, it's gonna be spicy. So then on redirect, Lolly's like, talking about that there's the 3 reasons that there's something that's inhibiting it from being seen, that the DNA is too degraded, or that simply there's just no DNA there. Scott, tomorrow is cross-examination of Jenn McCabe. You know this. She said everything is sent to them. They test it in their lab, and either they get the sample, they just get like the swabs like she got, or they get the actual item to take the sample from themselves. But she says that she talked to the other lab about the best practices to do this. And then so on recross, he's like, you talk to the other lab about best practices? And she's like, yes. And he's like, are you aware that Miss Hartman has failed certain proficiencies? And then immediately objected to, sustained, and stricken from the record. So that does not exist on the trial record in this case. But still, jury still heard it. That's a tough part about these. Even when they're stricken, the jury, if they remember it, they remember it. And if you have a trial that's going to be this length and this much information, there's no way to remember what the judge said was stricken or not. Like, I just cannot imagine that you're going to remember that come deliberation time. If it's stuck in your head when it was said, it's going to be there regardless. You can't unhear it. Pig hairs are even used in making beer? No, no, don't say that. Are you for sure? I don't even want to know that. That's all I don't drink like really ever, but on the rare occasion that I do, it's a beer. And I don't want it to have pig hair in it. It can have bacon. That's Jenny. That's what I heard. It's gross. I have never seen one that still had hair. Colin says, have your bacon and popcorn ready. Your bacon flavored popcorn. Oh, you really didn't? Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just giving you a hard time. I was like, you know this. Yeah, it's gross. Lolly has an ethical duty to not prosecute anyone with overwhelming exculpatory evidence, especially from an FBI investigation. But he went ahead anyways. Tiny Dancer, I know. I don't know why we're even here. But maybe he's got something that he's going to bring out and it's going to just be like, oh, that's it. That's the piece that was missing. Because right now he's connected, no dots. We got no connections. I don't know. That's a great question too. Heineken. Okay, I don't like Heineken, so I think we're good. Magic Mike. Okay, so this would have been the next witness after Julie Nagel. This is her brother, Ryan Nagel. And now he comes in and really doesn't have the same story as his sister at all. So let's go through direct. He lives in Canton, and he has for 30 years. He works for an HVAC company. He went out with his friends Ricky and his ex-girlfriend Heather. Like, how awkward that he now lives with his new girlfriend. And yet his ex-girlfriend has to testify at this hearing. And she's like, I was just hanging out with my boyfriend at the time. We're not even together anymore. And now I have to testify at some murder trial that I want nothing to do with. So she went out with Ricky and Heather, his ex-girlfriend. They went to CF McCarthy's. I wonder if they were there at the same time that John and his friends were there, which would be, I mean, I guess there's literally like 3 bars in this area. So apparently this is the 3 everybody goes to. They left there and went to the hillside, and then they went to pick up his sister Julie from the Albert residence. Ricky picked him and Heather up. This is something that they all vary on. He says Ricky picked him and Heather up. Heather will come on the stand and say that she drove to CF McCarthy's, and then Ricky says that he met them at CF McCarthy's. So that's kind of just one of those, 2.5 years later, do you actually remember what the hell you were doing and who picked you up and who drove? Maybe not a question they were prepared for, and so they're just going off of like bad memory. I don't know. He says he was drinking beer all night. Another thing we got to know about who's drinking what. He goes to pick up his sister around midnight. Ricky's driving. Heather's in the back seat. Truck has suicide doors. They're on Cedar Crest, and they're about to make a left onto Fairview. Now, there's a black SUV that's also on Cedar Crest coming towards them, and because they get to the intersection first, he says that Ricky flashes his lights at the SUV like, yeah, you got this. It's you get to go first. So the black SUV turns down Fairview, and then they turn down Fairview. So the SUV is making a right on Fairview. They make a left onto Fairview, right behind the SUV. So essentially, they're pulling up to the house at about the same time. So he says the SUV parked right in front of the house, and Ricky parked in front of the driveway. And the SUV was about a car length ahead of them. There was nothing in between him. This is like the weirdest things become important, and this is one of those things that becomes important. There's nothing parked in between Ricky's truck and the SUV. So Julie comes out the side door, comes down the driveway. It had just started to snow. He opened the door for Julie to get in, and then she asked him if they want to come inside. They said no, they didn't want to, and so she went back inside because she had decided to stay. He says they were only outside for a short amount of time, about 45 seconds. Well, I think he means like his sister coming out. She wasn't out there for very long. Like the conversation was super quick. like all she does is come out and say, hey, do you guys want to come in? I think I'm going to stay. And they're like, yeah, no, thank you. And she's like, all right, I'll catch another ride. I'll see you later. And then they leave. Overall, apparently he's there for like 5 minutes, which comes up later from his prior testimony. He can see the SUV's brake lights. He noticed that the car has moved up about another car length. He notices all 3 brake lights, the 2 on the side, the 1 in the middle, and he saw the tire marks and the light snow on the ground from the car moving forward. He could see the tire marks in the road. He did not see any footprints in the snow. I did. I just cracked a cold Dr. Pepper. It was not a Heineken. It's definitely a cold Dr. Pepper. He did not see anybody get out of the SUV. His sister seemed like she had had a few drinks, but she was not falling over or anything. He watched his sister go back into the house. Now, this kind of changes a little bit, and I wondered about this. I don't know if you guys caught this too. So he says, like, he stays there. They watch his sister go back in the house, and then they go and they drive around. They drive around the SUV to leave. Now, later on, he says that they're driving around the SUV to leave, and the reason he's kind of looking in the SUV is because he is watching his sister leave or his sister walk in the house as they're leaving. So he's kind of looking that direction. Can we look at past notes? Because I was sure he allegedly said that Karen had to go around a car to move ahead. You want to look at his statement from before? Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me just a second. I can pull it up. I don't remember him saying that, but maybe. Does anybody else in here remember him saying that? I don't know. I got a lot in my brain, Susan. You know how that goes. Ricky's statement says he saw him go inside. Okay, we'll pull those up as soon as we're done. As soon as we're done with this. Okay, Deed says no. No to which one? Because now I said 2 things. I'm assuming the first one. Johnny, it's never too early for a Dr. Pepper. Got to hit the strong stuff early. Well, I already had 2 coffees, iced coffees, so. My wife loves Dr. Pepper. And I love your wife, Scott, because we're Dr. Pepper girls. Mr. Pibbs, close, Deeds, don't you worry. In his original statement, he did not say he saw John go inside. Okay, and Dietz is saying no to that. Ryan Nagel said that they had to drive around a car. I know he talks about going around the Lexus. It's only the McAlberts that see Higgins Jeep. Dr. Pepper Creamy Coconut, I've never even heard of it. We don't have Ricky's statement? Okay. No, I get you. Yeah, that's why we can pull it up, or we have some people with the memory of what was in it. So no, we're good. I drank a lot of Dr. Pepper while I was gone instead of water, and I'm convinced it caused my later medical issues. Well, I have a video of a lady that's like 90-some years old, and she says that she drinks a Dr. Pepper a day, and that's how she stayed so healthy. Just saying. It's online if you want to find it. I'm like, that's me. Did anyone else hear the one girl say they ordered pizza? Then she says, talking about PB&J. If so, was it ordered, and how did it get delivered? Well, it would have been earlier that they had, and I think she said they had calzones, if I remember correctly. I did not write that down in my notes. Hi, Salty. See? They never see John leave Karen's car. They never see John enter the house, but they don't see John in Karen's car either. Did you really? Well, I'm going to have to see if I can find that. Jen says there's a gate on the left-hand side of the house as you face it. That's a straight shot to where John was found. Could he have gone in there? So I'm glad you brought this up. This is actually a question I have as well. You know, they talk about the side door, right? Well, John's never been there. And I really wish that somebody, or that somehow we knew what had asked Matt or Jenn McCabe about the conversations with John on the phone. Like, did they tell him like what door to go to? So if you think about it, and like somebody tells you go to the side door, would it be possible that he does go through that back gate and thinking that there's a side door? Or would he have seen the side door? I mean, the side door is a front door. They're both in the front of the house. It's kind of confusing. Like, I think side door, I have a door on the side of my house. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to think, like, logically, if somebody said, hey, come to my side door, would that make me think I need to go through, like, around the gate and go to the side door? Question, do the Chungs live to the right when looking at 34 Fairview Road? No, I believe I think they're 32 Fairview. The Asian house, we haven't got there yet. But yeah, I think they're 32. Don't quote me on that, but I think they are. I would think side door would mean not the front door. So would you think side door as in another door that's in the front of the house? Yes, so that's a yes. Yeah, I would think I needed to go to the side of the house. We enter our home through our side door, and it's literally on the side of our house. We don't hardly ever use our front door. So what if like something happens? So what if he's like, okay, I'm going to the side door, and he thinks like I'm going to go through the fence to go to the side door. This happens to be the time that Chloe's outside. Chloe has some stranger coming into her backyard, and something happens out back. I would think it's around back. I don't know. I was just thinking about that over the weekend. I was like, wait a minute. Side door. So I'm like, man, I don't know. That could be a potential, like, and then all of a sudden here he is. The dog has attacked him. He's fallen and hitting his head. And they're like, crap. And I keep being told, and I mean to look it up, and I never have, that there is some very strict laws in Massachusetts about animals. Like I said, I never looked it up, but it would make sense to me that there's these weird lies to cover up involvement, but it's not necessarily, I don't know, because I don't think either one is true right now. I don't buy the Commonwealth theory, and I don't buy the defense theory. So I guess in my mind, I keep trying to come up with my own theory of what makes sense. And they're like, shit, we can't have him back here being attacked by a dog. And so they do. He's right there at the fence anyway, so they just put him out front. And they're like, we'll just have him, you know, the plow driver hit him or whatever. I don't think it's about the dog, though, because like I said, we need to just look it up. Has anybody in this chat looked it up about what these laws are about dog attacks in Massachusetts? Because somebody, like I said, somebody brought it up I think in my comment section. If Chloe attacked in her backyard, then she would be in the right. So it can't be that. Okay, good point. Good point. See, this is why I have to work it out with you guys. If you see two front doors to a home you have never gone to, why would you go to a gate door that really was big enough to fit a car through? Well, my thought is they're telling you to go to a side door, then there's both those doors are in the front. Wouldn't you say go to the front door on the right? But I don't even know they said go to the side door. Anyway, like I said, this was all just what I'm playing out in my head. Because I don't know. There's nothing factual behind that. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell happened. So Yeah, that's not, there's nothing proving any of that. It's just my own brain. And remember, all these people are drunk. Yeah, all these people are drunk and driving, Max 2002. Yeah, lots of drunk driving. They don't force euthanasia unless there is a history of aggressive behavior, which can include bites to other animals, not just people. But are the owners fined? Are they fined? This was a thing for me too, Amy in Boston. I was like, she knows he's out there. She's texting him, like, just park behind me. She sees that he's out there multiple times. Why don't you just walk out front or even out the front door? Like, and say, like, hey, John, come in over here. We're all over here. Why doesn't she go outside? Three Cousins says he went inside, started taking off his shoes, fight with Colin, dog attacks, falls downstairs to basement, and either hits head on gym equipment or someone hit him with a barbell to get him off Colin. Ah, that's an interesting theory too. Front door on the right facing the house. There are two doors, a main door to the foyer and a second door that you would enter like a mud room, but really it's a family room. Right. Monique says, I'm curious what everyone thinks of Colin. Did you buy his never in a fight story? No, I'll share more about what I think about Colin when we get to Colin. Let's finish Ryan Nagel, and then the next two should be fairly quick anyway. Yeah, like she purposely, they were like, text him. The town doesn't fine you unless it's a repeated issue, but people can sue you. Mm. Nope, Shiraz, nope, no Emmy. Missed most of last week. Okay, well, you're getting Wednesday, Thursday, Friday right now, so, and we ended on Jenn McCabe. Yeah, I know. I keep trying to come up with one because you guys know if you guys are new to the channel, I like my brain. Like I need something that fits for my brain to stop thinking about things. Like I have to have like there. I need more pieces to the puzzle until my brain can stop trying to put all the pieces together, and it comes out awkward sometimes. Okay, so didn't see anyone exit the SUV. Sister seemed like she had a few drinks, but she wasn't falling or anything. He watched her go back in the house. Person in the SUV had the dome light on. This is interesting to me too, that the dome light is on. He sees the woman in the driver's seat, thinks it's a woman because of the long hair. The woman is looking straight ahead, and her hands are on 10 and 2. They talk about 10 and 2 a lot. It's kind of interesting too. He did not hear anything. He didn't hear any fighting or anything going on. And they had turned the music down in the truck to talk to Julie and had not turned the music back up upon leaving. And he says Ricky dropped Heather and him off at his house. They show him photos of the house. He talks about where the SUV is parked. And he said, you know, he's asked, is this an accurate representation of what you saw? And he says, like, no, there's more snow on the ground than when I was there. And I thought finally somebody actually calls that out because everybody's talking about that there's barely any snow on the ground. Some are saying it's not even starting to stick yet. Some are saying that it is starting to stick, but there's barely anything there. But yet Higgins is plowing a driveway that there's no snow on yet. So make that make sense. So we get Jackson on cross, and he asked him, have you been in contact with anybody from the Albert family or the McCabe family? He says no. He says the only person he's talked to about this case is Ricky. They're best friends and they have talked. So Jackson says, was that, as having these conversations with him changed your testimony at all? He says, nope, this is my testimony. He was interviewed February 7th. So interesting, he's interviewed February 7th of 2022 by the state troopers. His sister isn't interviewed until October. His sister in the house, not interviewed till October. Him outside gets interviewed because you can see they're focusing on not giving a shit about what happened inside this house. They're only focused on what happened outside. And if they could get Ryan Nagel to say he saw, John there or her hit John, then that's it. That's all they need, right? Well, thank you for joining, Monique. How's long to die in the cold? Jenn McCabe Google search. And we're going to hear more about that tomorrow, which I cannot wait for. Why would Higgins plow the driveway when it's covered in cars? Makes no sense. You mess up the blade by doing that. Plus, their vehicles are four-wheel drive, so why? Makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. Unless he's plowing the driveway when he gets back so they can move the Ford Edge. So maybe he does plow the driveway. It's just not right then. So he says the SUV got to the intersection first. It's talking to anyone in May of 2023. And he brings up that it may have, he's like, are you talking about like the feds when he's interviewed by the feds? This is the first time. So they're not allowed to bring this up. The defense is not allowed to bring up the federal investigation. They're not allowed to bring up the federal grand jury. They keep referring to it in very odd ways of, that hearing where the Commonwealth and the defense lawyers weren't there. But here's Ryan Nagel dropping right to the jury. It may have been the feds I was talking to then. So I'm like, oh, there goes that. In May of 2023, he said that there was 1.5 car lengths. Then it moved to a total of 3 car lengths. So they're going back and forth about that for a little bit. But I think it's pretty clear that the end of it was that it had moved a total of 3 car lengths. There was no car in between the truck and the SUV. In May of 2022 testimony, this was the grand jury indictment of Karen. So he's testified at a lot and been interviewed a lot. Unlike his sister, who's never testified at all. So in the grand jury testimony to indict Karen Reed, he had stated that he was there for 5 minutes. We kind of touched on this, but I think, once again, I think it's semantics of he was at the house for a total of 5 minutes based on, getting there, texting her that he was there, because he's texting her as they're driving up. It takes her a minute to walk outside. They talk for about a minute, and then he watches her go back inside. So, I think when he's talking on direct, he's actually saying, like, we only talked to her for like 45 seconds. She came out, we said a few things, and she went back in. So I think that's kind of semantics. I don't think that's too big of a deal. He says that he opened his door to let her in the car. But nobody else testifies to that. He said he opened his door, which would then you'd have to open the suicide door, but he did not open the suicide door yet. Did not notice any issues with any of the taillights. Did not see the SUV back up 60 feet. Did not see the vehicle strike a pedestrian. Did not see a person lying on the ground. He could see in the SUV because the dome light was on, and he did not see anyone else besides the driver in the vehicle. Now, if the dome light is on, that's a pretty good indicator that either they turned the dome light on for some reason or the door was opened. So if the door's open, depending on the timing of it, depending on the model, make and model of your car, depends on how long your dome light's going to stay on. And then, so let's say she does pull up and drops him off. He's busy looking at his phone, or he's busy looking at, the door for his sister. Is there a chance that John does get out of the SUV? Now when the SUV pulls forward, the dome light is still on and he drives around. So I think that'll be do you know when a third party involvement became the defense theory? The time of it, I cannot tell you. I do know at the beginning there were statements made that they did believe that it was possibly just an accident. And then it changed. I know when they were getting more information from the crime scene and more discovery, and they were like, this doesn't make sense. So originally, I think they were going to go with like an accidental hit until the evidence was coming over, and they were like, this is not right. Then from what I'm hearing, this is not in court, there was a friend of the Alberts who had contacted the defense team and made some statements that he knew that Karen was innocent. Now, whether we see that person or not actually take the stand is going to be interesting. He didn't want to give a formal statement at the time. So from my understanding, it changed based on when the evidence was coming in and the defense team saying, there's no way you could have done this based on what we're seeing. Yes, I can't figure out any of these times that I have rewind and can watch all of these creators. Just imagine the jury trying to piece this convoluted timeline. Right. Jenn looks poised and she scares me. Ah. To figure out any. I already read that one. Do I think she's going to crumble? I think he's going to catch her in some inconsistencies. The big one being why she says that when they get to, we haven't got to Jenn McCabe's testimony yet, but I'll just jump ahead for just a hot second. When she gets to John O'Keefe's house while she's driving Karen's Lexus, she says Karen gets her and Carrie and shows them the broken taillight. But they show the Ring camera where they don't go look at the damn taillight. They go straight into the house. So I don't know why Lolly showed that. But there's no Karen showing anybody a taillight in that Ring footage. She's walking straight into the garage. Okay, so where were we at? Oh, Lolly pops back up on his redirect and he's like, she was alone as far as you could see, right? Like making sure that, there's still a possibility John was in the car, because at that point, what the Commonwealth is saying is that John is still in the car with her and she runs John over after they leave. But none of these witnesses see John. So this is the ex-girlfriend, Heather. She essentially says the same thing about their day. I'm not going to go through all of that. The difference is that she said that Ricky parks at the driveway by the mailbox, never saw anyone get out of the SUV. She says that they rolled down their windows to talk to Julie. She did see tire tracks behind the vehicle. She did not see any footprints. She knows that Julie came out to the truck. They rolled down the windows. They were there for 3 to 5 minutes. SUV was running because she could see that their lights were on, the headlights, the tail lights, the interior lights. So also again with the dome light. Looking out the window when they were leaving, and she sees a female in the driver's seat. She does not see anybody in the passenger seat. But she also is like, I wasn't looking there. So I didn't see him where I saw him. What's up, Dizzy? What time are Ryan and Ricky there? They are there at 12:24. So we have that on the timeline. No, hold on. So here we go. On the timeline we have, you guys can't see that. Oh, hold on. I think it's on page number 1. Reverse bring it up this way. You guys can see it this way. So on the timeline we have, this is the weird part. So this is why I keep going back to, did John get out of the car when they very first pull up? So you have 12:19 is when John's phone is pinging in the neighborhood. 12:21 to 12:24 is when there's 80 steps being taken on John's phone. It says 12:24 is when they arrive at 34 Fairview. So that's kind of weird, because maybe right then at 12:24 he gets out of the car. They pull up right behind him at 12:24. And then at 12:27 Jen's texting, here? And then Jennifer calls John. This call connects. Now, there seems to be a lot of discrepancy on what actually makes it connect and what doesn't. Like, does it say connected when it went to voicemail? Now they have 2 different types of phone dumps that they're performing on these phones. So is that going to be? Yeah, we don't know that yet. But so here we go. That's what we know from the documents from beforehand. I do. I don't have a link to this one. Do I? Sleuthy, did I send you a link to this one? I probably can just make one really quick on my Google Drive. The other one is, yes, I do have. That is this one, and this one does have a link. I made them different, so this is the link to, I sent screenshots, huh? I do have the screenshot. This is the link to the trial testimony, the witness testimony, the one that we're reading through. The other one, Let me see. Let me see what I can do for that real quick. Pretty sure I can just make you a link for the timeline. I'll look into that one so I don't waste too much time doing it. So if you're not in the criminality Facebook group, there are community chats for the Karen Reed case and other cases, and the screenshots of the timeline are in that. But I'll make a shareable link and put it in the I'll put it in the description of the video. This one has a shareable link though, just because of the way I made it. Okay, so she sees the driver. So on cross, we got Alan Jackson again, and she's not interviewed until September of 2023 is the first time that she's interviewed by anybody. Says that, talks about the truck and how it was making the turn. I'm just going through to see if there's anything different. Saw brake lights on the car in front of her at the house. Higgins' Jeep was not in between the truck and the SUV. They talked with Julie for approximately 5 minutes through the window. Julie invited him inside, drove by the SUV. The dome light was on, saw a female in the driver's seat, did not see a man in the car. He could have been there, but she had testified previously that she only ever saw a woman. So redirect, and Lolly says, you did not see a 6-foot man exit the car. And she says, no, I did not. I did not see a man exit the car. But they also, none of these people saw anybody in the car arguing, because that's part of the Commonwealth's theory, is that they got in this fight and that they were fighting, and that's why she ends up leaving him there. Well, that none of them noticed this fight going on. There's a dome light on in front of them, cars running. Nobody's seeing any type of weird interactions or hearing this loud fight, or maybe they're softly fighting. Yeah, I have a criminality Facebook group, and it's got some community chats, like where we just kind of discuss like things as they're happening, or we drop like court docs and things like that. So okay, so like I said, not too much. Then we get Ricky Richard D'Antano, and I don't know how to say his name right. We get a hot mic moment where he calls him where Lolly calls him to the stand, and then on a hot mic says that he's never going to get that name right, essentially saying that Yannetti's going to screw it up, like talking shit. And I'm like, oh gosh. What's up, Vixie? Alice says, I am more and more convinced he was in the house. I'm becoming more and more convinced he was in the house. Absolutely. And Alice, think about that. This is the Commonwealth's case. How in 3 weeks are we becoming more convinced that he went in the house? Shouldn't we be more convinced that he didn't go in the house? I'm struggling with that. Hold on, what was canceled and not rescheduled? Just saw Fox 59 that goal canceled hearings for this week. Haven't read it yet. Okay, thank you. That's for Delphi if anybody is interested. I can look really quick. Let me see. Anybody who follows a Delphi case, there were supposed to be 3 big days of hearings coming up, the 21st, 22nd, 23rd. And apparently we now don't have those. So let me just double check real quick. The court reviewed the defense second motion to disqualify the judge and request for findings of fact and conclusions if the court denies this request filed. Yep, all the hearings got canceled in Delphi for the week. Okay, little side update. All right, let me find. Like, I lost you guys. What tab are you on? Scotty Skulls. CW has me believing John was wearing an invisible suit with shape-shifting into blob capabilities that left invisible footprints with stealth sound. Water-loving dog. Okay, Tracy. Yeah, there's an auto decline on there, so we can take care of you. It has an auto decline, I think, of less than 6 months. So we'll figure it out, Tracy. No worries, though. We'll get you. Sluice, can you help with that somehow? Taking off for the Delphi hearings was your birthday present to yourself. I think that the hearings for Delphi were going to be like bombshell. But I'm also more interested in her being disqualified. So she's going to take the time to review the disqualification. Okay, so this is Ricky, and he lives in Canton. He drives the F-150. He went to CF McCarthy's. He met Ryan and Heather there, got there in the afternoon. These guys are drinking all day. He drank beer. He had a few of them. They stayed at CF McCarthy's. They went to go meet up with their other friend at Hillside. Essentially the same thing. Turned left on Fairview. There was another vehicle oncoming. Oh, that was the big thing about Heather, is when they were on Cedar Crest driving towards each other, she does state that she saw a man in the passenger seat at that time, but that she didn't when she was leaving. So she knows there was a man in the car, so she would have known that there would have been two people. So that was another big thing about Heather that I should have touched on. It said Julie came outside, went to the passenger window. Julie asked them to come in. They said they said no. He said the snow was just starting to stick, in case we need to know more about the snow. And as he drove away from the house, he was not looking inside the SUV. He never saw anyone get out of the vehicle. So he's not much help to that part, because he's focusing on leaving and driving like away from the house. So Yannetti comes up. He says, never heard any arguing. Never saw the car strike anything. His first interview was not until May of 2023 in regards to the federal grand jury. He said the SUV parked normal about 20 yards in front of him. It was light snow, not like Lolly's photos. He did not see a Jeep with a plow in front of him. Not sure he even saw one there at all. He knew that the taillights and the brake lights were on. He also knew that the headlights of the SUV were on. He was talking to Julie. So he's actually not sure if he saw anybody get out of the SUV, because he was facing towards Julie. He doesn't remember an interior light being on, and he never saw anybody lying on the ground. And so redirect, Lolly's like, so you never saw anyone exit or enter the SUV? And he's like, no, I wasn't really paying attention. I just knew the car was on. I knew it was in front of us. And I know there wasn't a white Jeep with a plow on it. That's what he knows. So absolutely believable. This whole freaking Jeep thing is just turning into a mess. Now we get into some of the deeper stuff. We have Allie McCabe takes the stand. This is probably one of the most debated testimonies about whether she was believable or not. So I want to ask you guys, you know what? I'll actually make a poll. Let's do a poll. All right, let's see what you guys think. If you guys think that Allie McCabe was a believable witness or not. And no one saw anything. Yep. All these people right there at the windows, going in and out of the house, nobody saw anything. Yeah, I don't know. He's so biased, though. I mean, I like Larry, the DUI guy. Don't get me wrong, but he has a bias in this, so I don't know. And sometimes you don't know. You just don't know what they're thinking and what they believe. So I will tell you that, okay, so the majority of you guys are like, no, she wasn't believable. I liked Allie McCabe. I actually thought she was believable to the point where I also think she would lie for her family. But I think that she was overall a believable witness. So, I mean, you can go back and forth with that, I guess. But I actually thought that she came across very, very well. I think parts of her testimony were believable. Oh, you did too. See, Lone Pony? Lacey Ann says, nah. So, Laundered Amber, you agree too. Alibi McCabe. I think that she definitely has a loyalty to her family. And I think that's probably not a good spot for her. Not believable by association. Susan says, I think she sounded good until the 360 came up and the specific time I liked her, but can't believe her, if that makes sense. Oh, we'll talk about that when we get to the Life 360 stuff too, because I have some issues with that in general. As somebody who uses Life 360, and my Life 360 got me stuck at Rite Aid for 3 days. And I'll tell you right now, I wasn't at Rite Aid for 3 days. But for whatever reason, it had me there. I don't know why. And just like I have it for my kids, I have it for, me and my husband, like we have our little family unit on there. And Life 360 it's just, in my opinion, it's just not that reliable. It's enough where I use it to have a good indicator. But so, for instance, I was going to talk about this when we got to the Life 360, but I guess I'm just going to talk about it now. Like my daughter is in middle school. Her school is down the street, not even a block from the district office of my kid's school district. For whatever reason, it will take her throughout the day, and I'll get notified because of these little circles that Unetti talks about. Her school is a circle, so I'm notified when she's there and I'm notified when she leaves. And throughout the day, when she's at school, I get a notification that she's left and gone to the district office. Now, I have no idea why. I don't know how it thinks that she's at the district office. She's not. She's at the school, and it's down the street. So I don't know if that has to do with like I'm obviously not a 360 expert, but I don't know if it has to do with that it's pulling to like the next tower over. Like, I don't know how that works, but I know that she's not at the district office. She has no reason to be there. And like I said, I was buying up all the Sudafed. No, I went to pick up like my regular prescription. All of a sudden it had me stuck there for 3 days. I was like, I don't know why I'm still at Rite Aid. Like my husband would be like the next day, he's like, you're still at Rite Aid? I'm like, no, I'm sitting on the fucking couch. It's so stupid. I was living out of the Rite Aid. Yep. Not a mile down the road, but it's off a little bit. Well, my Rite Aid is at least a mile away. The bubble is the issue about the 360. If you are in a large middle school, it could pick up a wider circumference. That's interesting. It had my husband stuck at Midway Airport in Chicago this past weekend, but he flew home Friday. I've done that accidental ugly cry more than once, and I hate it, but can't control it. So that's part of the reason why I feel she was believable. But I know most people disagree. I know, but I also think that when she does cry, people think it was fake tears, and that's fine. You can have, you know how I am about people's opinions. I have mine. You guys can have yours. I don't care. I don't fight with people about their opinions. For me, I thought she was 17 at the time this was happening. They're all going on with their life, and all of a sudden, even like, let's say that the family is completely guilty, right? And here she is, just the person. Let's go with the theory that she is called over there to pick up Colin because something bad happened. And so she's like, okay, I'll come and get Colin. Like, she just goes over there to get Colin, and then she goes on her way. She's 17, graduating high school, starting college. And as somebody who's been around these true crime YouTube and social media streets for a little while, people are fucking nuts. And it doesn't mean that there's the one person on social media. It means sometimes other people will do crazy shit because they get so stuck into what they believe that they start contacting people. At 17 to 20 years old, guilty, not guilty, or her family being guilty, not guilty, that has got to be extremely overwhelming to deal with. So I thought the emotions were real, because maybe I'm putting myself in that position and thinking, whether I did something or didn't do something, I'm thinking like, I don't know how much I could handle at that time. You know what I mean? Like that. I think that would just be a lot to wrap my mind around. What's up, burden of proof? You were just taking a full inventory for 3 days of your local Rite Aid. Nothing wrong with that. She could tell the truth, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that she's necessarily lying. I think she would be more of like the omitting version of lying, if anything. And we'll talk about the screenshots, because I think that's a bigger deal, too. I think her tears are real, and if it's me, I'm probably pissed off at my family for getting me involved in this shit. I think it would just be overwhelming, just in general. The whole thing about making Karen sound crazy comes off as super contrived and gross, frankly. She didn't really do that, though. But I think you're saying Jenn does, and Matt does, too. Yeah. Oh, well, that's an interesting point. See, that's where I'm at. I think I believe her about the amount of crazy that has happened. Guilty, her family guilty or not, that's where I'm at. What's up, Jody? I feel she was a bit over the top. Well, I mean, obviously they have high maintenance women in their families, testified by their own boyfriends, now fiancés. Allie's collateral damage. I could see that too. She told what the mom had lied about. She didn't mean that J.O. was in the house. Hey, Gazin. Gazing at the moon. Welcome, welcome. Nima says she told, that's what I just said, told mom had lied about. Jenn McCabe pushing a narrative. I think she was told what to say. Also testifying on the stand and knowing that it's like how many people are out there watching. I mean, that's got to be overwhelmingly, like, that would be nerve-wracking in general too. Okay, so she's a college student, lived in Canton her whole life. She lives with her parents and her 3 sisters. She went to Canton High School. She was an athlete. She played soccer, hockey, lacrosse. So Friday night, she had her hockey team dinner. Then she went to her sister's basketball game. She was just hanging out with her friends. She drove Colin home, and at the time, she had a Ford Fusion. She said that when she went out and was driving around with her friends, I thought this was interesting too. Like, is this like small town? Like do they have like a strip that they just drive back and forth and just like, you know what I mean? Like, she's just spending the evening driving around with her friends. I don't know. I know back in the day, we used to go cruising, and you had like the strip, and you'd go like back, you just drive around and I don't know, talk to people in cars and like hang out. I don't know. It was kind of weird. I don't know why we did that and why we thought it was fun, but we did it. So I'm like, do they have something like that? Because why is she just driving around all night with her friends? And this might also be why I had a soft spot for her, because she finds a loose dog and she stops and she makes sure that and you guys know me and my dogs, and I can't just let dogs roam around. So she stops and she picks up this dog and she takes it to the police station to make sure that it's safe and isn't just loose. And then the owner's calling like, hey, can you bring back my dog? It made me think, like, did one of these people just like open their door, let their dog go outside? And then she thinks it's like out there loose. And so she picks it up, and the woman's like calling the police station, like, these random kids just came and took my dog. I don't know why I thought that, but just the way she testified to it, like, she thinks that she's like helping save the dog, it's like she's doing the right thing. And then the lady's like, this Ford Fusion full of kids just came and stole my dog that I let her to go to the bathroom. Oh, I don't know. There was just, she sold the dog on the Facebook Marketplace. Oh man, that's funny. A likable witness. Anytime I cannot account for, I was trying to save a stray dog. It's the way to do it. I'm telling you. It instantly got me. And I was like, I think, I don't know if it was on Bob or Jay's at the time, but I instantly went in and I'm like, okay, I like Allie. And Sleepy Goosey's like, I don't care if you like her or not. She's lying. She's lying. I was like, but she saved the dog, Sleepy. She saved the dog. Idea. I know, awkward moment. Like, oh shit, did we actually just steal this dog? That would totally be me. I'm like, don't just let your dog out in your front yard all loose and willy-nilly. Otherwise, I'm going to pick it up. It does sound like Sleepy Cat. She was like, I don't care, Teresa. She's a liar. She's a liar. I don't care how many stray dogs she picks. And I'm like, but she picked up a dog. And then she'd be like, no, she stole the dog. Like, same thing. She saved it. Well, there wasn't a snowstorm yet. The snowstorm doesn't actually hit until Saturday. You know, it's barely sticking to the ground at 12:30 in the morning. Exactly the reason. I know the three cousins. I know, but it does. It works. If you can't account for the time that you're taking care of stray animals. Okay, so where were we at? So she picks up the dog. Families are close. They're obviously raised together. They've known each other their whole lives. So they're all family, whether they're family or not. They're a giant family. She says that she picked up Colin, so Colin would call her often to drive him, so he didn't drink and drive. Remember, Colin's 17 at the time, so he's got a ritual already. You know, the Albert rituals of having somebody pick him up, so he's not drinking and driving. And 17, I was drinking. I can't talk too much shit, so I'm gonna let that slide. At least he wasn't driving, but still. So she picked him up around 12 at the Albert's house, and then her parents went out. They talk about that she has Life 360, and that's how her parents like track her, and she tracks them. She pulls in the driveway. She texts Colin. She said it's starting to snow. She didn't text him that, but she said she texts Colin here. Said it's starting to snow. Colin comes out. Didn't see her parents' vehicles in the driveway, but did she see the Jeep or the Ford Edge? Was my question to myself when that happened. I was like, why don't they ask her if she saw Higgins' car? Why isn't anybody asking her if she saw the Ford Edge that the Alberts were driving? I don't know why nobody's asking her if she saw these other cars, because technically what should have happened, if this story lines up, is Nicole and Brian Albert and Caitlin Albert arrive at the house. Higgins also arrives at the house. They're all pulling in and doing this snow plow, pull out, pull back in, whatever it is. And they go into the house. So they're all going into the house, and Colin is there, and he's like, yeah, I'm getting ready to leave. My ride's almost here. And they don't say, none of them say, he says, Allie's here to pick me up, which is weird because they obviously all know Allie. That's their niece also, and cousin. So I don't know why he wouldn't say like, Allie's here to pick me up, or gotta go, Allie's pulling in right now. So the timing would be, if he's walking out the door, how does nobody see Allie in the driveway at the exact same time? This is a problem for me. So she should have literally been pulling in at the same time they were. I don't get that. But nobody even asked her if she sees those cars, just to ask if she sees her parents' car. So literally, why didn't Matt and Jenn see their daughter? Well, why doesn't she go inside instead of pulling up really quick? Why doesn't she go inside to wish her cousin a happy birthday? Brian Jr.'s her cousin too, and it is now after midnight. It is legit his birthday. Why doesn't she just go inside and say happy birthday? So I don't know. She's literally arriving at the same time. So I guess this all happens super quick. They arrive home. The Alberts are going in the residence. Colin's like, hey, what's up, guys? I'm out. And he comes out, gets in the car, she leaves, and then Jenn and Matt pull in. Like, this is all within like a couple of minutes of each other. But nobody asked her, hey, so when you got there, where was the Jeep parked? Because he would have just parked it, right? And she's sober. So here you have your sober driver who's out driving her friends around, or her cousin around too. Yeah, why didn't she say she dropped Colin off? That's a great question. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So she said Colin was totally normal on the way home, no issues with him. She took Colin to his house, waited for him to get inside, and then she went home. Her parents were gone. She went to bed. Her parents were home when she woke up and only had talked to her dad that night on the 28th about the loose dog. She has a conversation with the troopers on Zoom in August of 2023. The K has to be a typo. I don't know why I put that. And it was Yuri, and she gave them the text messages with Colin. So August 2023, she has these text messages with Colin. She upgraded her phone in December of 2022. Messages and everything transferred. The screenshots of Colin conversation that they want to bring in ends up bringing in, creating a voir dire, however you want to say it. So the jury has to leave the room, and then they have to come back. So essentially, what happens is Lolly reviews the screenshots, Colin's contact name. They're just saying, like, how do we prove that? Why don't they have any phone dumps of these people? I don't understand. When they have no issue of getting phone dumps. They have Karen's, they have John's, they have other people's. They could have gotten theirs. Now, the problem with this is that Allie doesn't know when she took the screenshots. Why doesn't she know when she took the screenshots? Wouldn't she be able to say, I was on this Zoom with so-and-so, Yuri and Proctor. They wanted the screenshots, so I took them right then and sent them over to them while we were on the Zoom or right after I got off the Zoom. Dun, dun, dun. Well, if she took the screenshots before, because Jenn McCabe, we know, is out there collecting screenshots from people to get all these timelines aligned, why doesn't she know when she gave up these screenshots? That's problematic. And we're going to go over a couple different scenarios that we were kind of playing around with. They talk about these pictures from the February 11th party. Yannetti talks about her apps on her current phone. This is all when the jury's out. No one asked for her old phone, no change of date, and time on phone to alter the messages. He actually does this whole little tutorial, which I don't think many people even thought about or knew about, and how to change the time on your phone, which also ultimately would change, that you change your time zone on your phone. Ultimately, what that would do is change all of your time on your text messages. Now, this becomes interesting because as I was in the Criminality Karen Reed chat, we were kind of going back and forth on what would cause some of these things. I don't have an iPhone, but so I was asking some people in chat to try a couple different things to see what happened, or to like look at their messages and whatnot. And Susan, I hope it's okay that I share this, Susan. So Susan was like, what about the time change? So if these text messages happened in January, right? We spring ahead, and then she takes the screenshots in August. Are these text messages even the right time? And if you have a time change, just, your regular old daylight savings time, would it change the time on your old messages? So if you're taking them that much later, what time would be the right time that's on there? Or she changed it manually. Well, yeah, like I said, we were just playing around with different things. So this was just something that had come up, Susan, like you brought up. And I'm like, that's interesting, because we obviously know that you could do that, and not that you could absolutely change the date and time in your phone to alter the text messages. I'm 100% positive. Well, yeah, I've played around with that too. Well, how do we know that? I recreated the text. Hey, Phoenix, by the way, I recreated the text exchange. They could have changed the time, but nothing about the text indicates they did. What about the time? Okay. So let's talk about this since we're already in it. Let's bring them up. Where is... Let me see if I already moved it. I hope I didn't. It takes forever to load when I move it into the folders. Hold, please. Because one thing I noticed, and I know many people noticed, was on Colin's screenshot, there's the date, and then there's a comma after the year. Now, why in the world is there a comma after the year? I can't find anybody that I've asked about these iPhones. Nobody does. Like I said, I don't know what I did with the screenshot that I had, so I gotta wait for all these damn pictures to load. I have too many flipping pictures in this folder. Change the country location. Why did she keep it for so long? I delete my texts often. Well, see, that's weird because, I mean, if she's like her mom, everything is deleted. There are commas after the year. I have not seen one. I've not seen one screenshot that shows that. Navin, do you have, can you point me in the direction of somebody who debunked it? Because I haven't seen it. I have seen where people don't have a year at all, and it just has the day of the week and the time. And then I've also seen the ones that have the full year with no parenthesis after the year. My text messages are auto-deleted, I think, after 90 days. I just have, that's what I have it set to. I've seen a lot of examples on Twitter with the comma. It's just an old iOS. The only notable thing is that it doesn't add a year until after 12 months have elapsed. Okay, that's interesting. Not having the year comes up when you look at a text within the same year, so that could mean something. That, well, she's not having this conversation until August of 2023. There are, yes, I'm looking at my text. If you scroll back far enough, there are commas after the year, not after the date, after the year, right? If I message with someone before and past midnight, the new day and date comes up. Okay, so I know that Ali Mata over on Bob's was, while this was happening during the test, when she was actually looking at hers, and she said that she was in a text conversation and it went past midnight and it didn't change the date. It did not split up the date until the next text conversation started. It left it all together. But now I'm wondering how much a time change would have to do with that. So if the time changes on your cell phone, does it change all the times of all your text messages? And if that's the case, we'd already gone through, well, this is August 2023, but still same purposes. We would have gone through a spring forward, right? A fallback. She would have had to have changed it. I don't know. I can't even get my damn shit to load to show you guys the screenshot, but I'm sure everybody's seen it by now. I don't know why I can't get anything to ever fucking load anymore. There's too much stuff in my Google Drive. Hold, please. Okay, we're kind of skipping ahead because this is actually Colin's. This is the one that I was talking about, and his is at 11:54. You could come get me now. How do these texts line up with her Life 360? Well, I don't trust her Life 360. I'm struggling with the Life 360 stuff because it's got her driving around and making like 12-mile trips in like 2 minutes. So that's where'd it go? But you guys are saying on the older iOS that this is normal. Multiple of you people are saying that in chat, right? That it does happen on an old. I don't have an iPhone, so I'm counting on you guys. My phone puts the date year only for older years. He is in IT. Yeah. 11 p.m. something text. Okay, but no date change when the 12 a.m. something text to no date change. Right. And that's why I said, Allie said that she was looking at hers and hers did not do that. Hi, Faith. There are examples all over Google image search for date format. Okay, I will. I'll do that. Thank you. This could have been all resolved by just getting the actual phone record. It's so annoying. Right? Like, what is it turning into when we're actually putting in screenshots as evidence now? Like, that it's just crazy to me. It happened in the Delphi case, in the last hearing for the Delphi case, and now it's happening here in the actual trial. I just don't get it. With technology the way that it is now, there's no reason that we don't actually have just the full download. So this is the screenshot from Allie to Colin. They refer to the, oh, you guys can hardly see it. They refer to this as like gray bubbles, like gray white bubbles. You don't see that on the one they put on the screen, but when they're handing her the copy, I was trying to pay attention because I was like, why do they keep saying gray? You can see gray on the photocopied one that she's handed. So I'm wondering if that's what she's referring to, because maybe she's looking at the paper in her hand and it does have a gray, because that's the only thing I could come up with. So it says, I'm driving people home. Hers does not have a comma after that. So, but like people are saying, if it's a different version of iOS, it doesn't necessarily matter. It has to do with the update of what version of iOS you're running on. There's no commas on her copy. But if she's running on a newer version of iOS, does that change stuff? Maybe. Don't know. Don't have an iPhone. But this is just stuff that I was saying, like we were kind of trying to figure out. With how good AI tools are today and the fact that they're only going to get better, I feel like phone records should be required and a screenshot should not be valid evidence. Okay, so for instance, I have a documentary that I made on Suzanne Morphew, and for that documentary, a lot of it had to do with Suzanne's conversations with the person she was having an affair with, and also her sister and her best friend. I used a text messaging app to create all of those messages for the video. And I don't know if anybody would notice that. I mean, it let me put in whatever the hell I wanted. I could put in iMessage, I could put in dates, I put in times, I put in contacts. I don't know. If anybody's watched that or noticed it, like, let me know. Because yeah, damn Barry. Yeah, I mean, I did that based off of like the probable cause affidavit of his arrest on what they were talking about the conversations were. So I had to create those. So I don't know. I mean, it's obviously possible. That's why screenshots should not be trusted. iOS updates are done automatically. Are they? I have to manually do mine unless I set it to automatic. Who runs around in a blizzard freaking out and waking up everyone because her boyfriend is a couple hours overdue, knowing he didn't have a ride? Well, like, did she think he had a ride? And what? Okay, we haven't got there yet, so I don't want to skip too far ahead. But yeah, I got some questions about that too. Have I ever had a guy stay out a little later after a fight? Not that I lived with, no. If I had a guy, like if my husband was out after we got in a fight, I can tell you that his voicemail would be full of a lot of cussing. My stepson's ex made fake messages all the time. It's an app. Yeah, depends on what the arrangement was. Okay, so let me go back over. So now the jury comes back in. They actually let these screenshots into evidence, and they talk about how long Colin had been in her contact list, that she's the one that entered it. The judge does give some jury instruction on, like, hey, if you don't believe, jurors, if you don't believe that this text message is, from a particular person or to a particular person, then just essentially you don't have to give them any weight. It's just to, it's up to the juror whether they believe that these people are actually the people in these texts. I think it was silly. If they didn't do the download, that shouldn't have been in. That's my thought process. So she texted Colin here, and he responded, okay, at 12:10. They talk about the photos from February 11th. This is the big deal because what Lolly's doing is trying to show that Colin doesn't have any injuries on his hands, his face, his body, and this is from February 11th. He's doing this preemptively because he knows that the defense is going to try to bring in the February 26th photo where Colin has the cut-up knuckles. So Yannetti does cross, and known Colin her whole life. Jenn and Julie were childhood friends. That's both their moms. Colin is one of her best friends. So there's screenshots of Colin's conversation, and she never gave the screenshots to investigators because it wasn't relevant to her until the summer of 2023. So that's why she gives it to him in 2023. When she was asked by the troopers, she had already switched phones back in December of 2022, and her old phone was gone. So most of the time you trade them in now. You get the update, you trade it in, or sometimes people keep them, but who knows? She talks about that her data was transferred over, but doesn't remember when she took that screenshot that she gave to the troopers. That's the weird part. Why do you not know? If you talked to them in the summer, then you gave it to them in the summer. You took the screenshots in the summer because it wouldn't have been relevant to take the screenshots any earlier. None of the investigators asked her to do an extraction on the phone at all. The first time that she brings anything up is August 25th, which is after the federal grand jury, beginning of August. Jenn was in the room during the Zoom where she was on with the troopers. Well, at this time, she would have been 18. She wouldn't have been a minor. She wouldn't have needed a parent there. She could have had an attorney if she wanted to, but she didn't need her parent there. So once again, interviews being done with multiple people in the same room, multiple different witnesses in the same room. That's the point he's making, is you're not supposed to do that because that's how you get your story straight. She's had an iPhone for many years. She knows how they work. She knows that you can't tell if texts are deleted. Now they talk about the Life 360 on her phone, and Colin also had an iPhone. He says, you're aware that you could change the time. He does this whole tutorial, and she says, no, she did not realize that. I don't think she did realize it, but I don't think if it was changed, it would have been her anyway, in my opinion. So I believe that she probably didn't realize you could do that. You could make 1:45 look like 12 a.m. in 3 seconds, he's telling her. Now she says, no, I didn't know that. She said she drove Colin to his house, and then she went home. And he's like, you went straight home. And she's like, went straight home, went to bed shortly after, went straight home. So he brings out her Life 360. And so I wrote down all the times, and the math just doesn't add up for me. So the Life 360, at 12:04, she's home. So she's home for 2 minutes. She leaves home. At 12:23, there's a 7-mile drive where she's driving 42 miles per hour. But also at 12:23, she left home. At 12:26, she left home again. So this 12:23 should be the beginning of this 7-mile drive, right? Now, I'm pointing at it with my finger. You guys could probably not see this very well, but so she leaves home at 12:23. She creates she completes a 7-mile drive at 42 miles an hour. This one's interesting because it's 42 miles an hour. So this is more along the lines of at 12:06, she leaves home, 7-mile drive at 42 miles an hour. 12:26, she leaves home again. She arrives at the high school at 12:26. 12:26, she drives 1 mile at 43 miles an hour. At 12:26, she left the high school. 12:29, she arrives home. Now, she leaves the house again at 12:31 and completes a 12-mile drive. At 1:08, she leaves home again, but arrives at the high school at 1:28. So the problem here is that she's not connected to Wi-Fi in any of these. And not home is not in her bubble. And then high school doesn't necessarily mean she's at the high school. It's just that she's passing through the bubble. I do not think that Life 360 is 100% accurate. I do not. And this math doesn't math for me. So I'm struggling with this. Now, if we go with the fact that she picks up Colin at 1:10, so here she is driving around, right? She's home, she leaves, goes and picks him up, and then drives him home. And then, I don't know, that could make more sense. But I'm telling you, driving 12 miles in 2 minutes it doesn't make any sense. So I still think even if some of it's right, I don't think some of it's right. So they're going to have to bring somebody on to prove that matters, and I guess maybe just hope, because it's the defense bringing it up, that they just caused enough by naming all these big old trips at 1 o'clock in the morning that it discredits her story, and that they didn't, like I said, I had to write them all down. They're able to take notes. Right. It's not. I have a screenshot of Life 360 saying it took me 36 minutes to drive 2 miles, and it didn't happen. Carrie Roberts' testimony will drop bombs. I don't know. You don't think she's gonna stick with the story? I want to see Higgins. I want to see what Higgins has to say. I don't know. So I that to me, just having Life 360. So let's say a juror has Life 360 and they've gone through the same glitches like me or Dietz or anybody else in here who's gone through. So you think Life 360 just logged in while she was sleeping? Well, no, so one of the things I was using as an example earlier is like my daughter at school, like her phone's in her backpack and it leaves her school and takes her to the district office. There's no bubble at the district office, and I know she's not driving over there. She can't drive. I know she's not walking over there. She's got nothing to do at the district office, but it'll bounce her all day back and forth through these two different places. And I don't know if some of you guys might not have been here earlier, but I was saying, like, for me, my Life 360 had me stuck at Rite Aid for 3 days. It would not update. It just left me there. So I was home, and it just would not let me be home. So I don't know. That's where I'm at. Like, is it enough to just that they throw out these times that it looks like she's driving around, and maybe the jurors don't know anything about 360, and it's like, whoa, this Life 360 tracks her, and it depends on how big you make your circle. It didn't record all those points with her staying still, but my daughter. That's what I'm trying to tell you. My daughter's does. Hers is in her backpack. She's not moving. She's in class. So, and it's popping her over other places, and then it pops her back to the middle school, and then it pops her back over to the district office. This trial will not be a good promotional campaign for Life 360. Defense is using Life 360 to make her look more like a liar, even if it's inaccurate information. That's where I'm at with it. I don't take it, like, a lot of people are like, the Life 360 is like the death of her testimony, and I just don't believe that. So I'm just putting it out there. Like I said, my opinion's my opinion. We're hanging out here discussing opinions. You guys are welcome to your own. I respect everybody's, and I expect that you guys respect each other's. I just don't. Life 360 to me just isn't the way to go. And I've not been a big fan of Life 360 even since back with the Watts case, because it was a piece of garbage then too. So come up on redirect. She upgraded her iPhone December of 2022 around Christmas time. He asked her, did you alter those screenshots? No. Well, once again, she's not lying if she's not the one who altered anything. So that those are kind of semantics. Did you know you could change time zones? No. Life 360, the photo shows turn Wi-Fi on. It could have affected the accuracy. Absolutely could. Always tells me, tell your husband to turn on his Wi-Fi. The high school is on Washington Street, which is about 7 to 8 minutes away. When the screenshots were turned over, previously not relevant, why did you think they were relevant now? This gets objected to, and this is where they opened the door because they asked her, why didn't you give these screenshots before? And she said they weren't relevant. And so Yannetti opened the door. They argue that they didn't open the door, but they did. And so now it comes in, and this is when she gets to talk about like they weren't relevant until we started essentially being harassed online. Now, the problem with this, like I said, I believe her tears were real. I think that she probably is very overwhelmed by everything that's happened to her and her family, and probably sees stress, whether they did anything or not, stress on her mom, her dad, her aunts, her uncles, or cousins, and that's probably a big deal for her. My problem here is that they didn't become relevant with the online harassment. Not according to her testimony. According to her testimony, they became relevant when the investigators were on the Zoom meeting asking her about it. So I think that this was an opportunity for her to bring up the harassment, because that's not what they were talking about. She says that she gave them to the investigators when they asked about it on the Zoom. And I think that's more important. That is more important than wasn't even happening in December. No, December 2022. She doesn't take the screenshot supposedly till summer 2023. So her saying now that it's relevant because of the harassment, I think, was the bigger issue. Not that she doesn't actually feel the way she feels about it. It was relevant because the investigators were asking about it. Why did she take pictures in the first place if she originally thought they were irrelevant? Well, she's saying she went back and took the pictures. So that's what I'm saying. I absolutely believe that she feels a certain way about things that have happened. But I'm not trying to take away from that. What I'm saying is the screenshots, according to her testimony on direct, was that they became relevant when she was being she was being interviewed by the investigators. So that's different. Not to take away her feelings about it, but that's not the reason she said they became relevant. So she's changing it to the harassment because Yannetti opened the door to it. Well, apparently, Eva, we now know that according to Jenn, they thought, and Matt, that Karen thought that she left John at the waterfall. They got in a fight and she left him at the waterfall, which is weird because they didn't get in a fight at the waterfall. But then that goes to supposedly how intoxicated she was, even though everybody's saying she wasn't intoxicated. So I don't know. Okay, so we're done with Karen. Let me go over and do the poll. You guys done voting on the poll? We had 256 votes. So right now, the poll was Allie McCabe a believable witness? 79% of you said no. 21% of you said yes. All right, now let's try this one. All right, was Colin Albert a believable witness? Does knowing about your bias towards anyone who claims to save dogs change your evaluation of your own ability to judge accurately? It possibly could, because I could tell you right now, as soon as she said it, I was like, "Aw." So, but then of course, I thought about that, especially when Sleuthy was like, "I don't care if she saved a dog, Teresa. If she's lying, she's a liar." And I was like, "That's true." And then I started to think about like the fact that maybe she didn't mean to steal a dog. She thought she was saving it. And then it just became a whole different spiral of things. But it made me think, if I felt that way, there's a juror sitting on that jury that probably felt that way too. That is exactly why I believed her at first. Yeah, see? Yeah, I was like, she saved a doggy. She's good people. She's out there saving dogs' lives. When I know I have a bias against or for something, I become extra skeptical and look for more impartial evidence. Well, I tried to. I was like, well, maybe she stole the dog on accident. I walked away from Allie McCabe's testimony thinking she would lie for her parents, and she would lie for her friends, and she would lie for her cousins. But that ultimately, I would think that she was an honest person with too much loyalty. That's what I walked away with from her. Like, I believed her testimony in general, but I think that I could tell that she had a lot of loyalty, and that could cause some problems. As well. That's exactly why Lolly wanted her to tell her the story. Well, yeah, hello. Right. Well, that was dumb, and he should have been coached to not call the dog an it, because animal lovers don't like that shit. Colin would have been believable, but there's just too much faking and not answering important questions. Colin's just a little liar with an anger issue. Do I mean a good, strong family unit is a problem? No, but if you lie to cover up murder, yes. And I don't know that they did that, but I could see that she would be one that would probably do that. Like, I think a strong family unit is a good thing. We didn't talk about that. I should talk about that. What about her saying that Colin was in the house when John was, or Colin wasn't in the house when John was? I did not interpret it as her actually saying like he was in the house. Like, Colin wasn't there when John was there. Well, we all know John was there. Like, we all know he was there. So I don't. I did not take it as bad. I just like. I didn't take it as a bad thing. I didn't take it like she was actually saying like Colin wasn't in the house when John was in the house. Yeah, they're encompassing the property too. Like, it was more of like Colin wasn't there when John was there. We all know John was there. How the heck would she know that? Well, because they talk about it. She talks to her family about it. She tells you they talk about it. Now, Colin, on the other hand, says he talks to nobody about it. So this is also, okay, so let's talk about this. Colin tells nobody anything, doesn't talk about this case, doesn't talk about anything with anybody. Yet, Allie testified to the fact that Colin was being harassed and how bad Colin was being harassed. Well, how does Allie know that Colin's being harassed if Colin doesn't tell anybody anything? I feel bad for Allie because, like I said, 17 to 20 years old, regardless if with any type of family guilt or not, that is a lot to have to deal with, no matter what. It is a lot. It's a lot of stress. So I struggle with that too. I don't believe she meant it as he was there or she saw him or whatever. I think everyone is twisting her words. I think it was a very simple, I'd already picked up Colin before John even showed up there. When he was seen outside in the car with Karen, that's what she meant. Their actions speak volumes. Also, am I the only one who say the cellar door picks in the backyard with footprints around it? They say it leads to the basement. Yes. Are you the only one who saw the cellar door picks? No. It's they're in the backyard, and it goes down to the basement. They showed us all those pictures, and then I think it was Jackson who played the video where somebody's like walking up the steps and then walking out the backyard, walking around into the side gate. Nima says J.O. was not in the house. Allie opened up about what the mob had lied about the mob lying about being in the house. There are two different cases. Are you okay? Hold on, let me think out. I'm trying to think of what you're saying here. Are you saying that Colin talks about what's going on with him, but not the case of John McCabe? They tie together though, so that would be kind of hard. I think that's what you're saying. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it. And that's where I'm at with it too. Yeah, did Susan say that? I agree with Susan. I definitely think there's a created timeline. If Jen knew John was there, why did she drive over an hour in any direction? You lose your child, you go back where you last saw them. I understand wanting to protect someone you care about, but don't believe it is in their best interest to lie for them. Here's the thing. She may not even know she's lying. If the other story is true, she may not know she's even lying. We don't know that. You know what I mean? Like, there could be something else to it. Microdots. Hold on. Did you say something up here and I missed it? Okay, this one's not you, but let me go see if I can find yours. If Jen knew John was there, why did she drive over? Oh, I just read that one. Well, they're all acting like they didn't know where he was, but then Matt's like, you guys are all idiots. Trace 72. I don't know what you said about microdots, so I'm looking for your comment. I follow microdots on Twitter, but I don't know if there's something in particular you're trying to tell me about them, or maybe you're just talking to somebody else in chat. You would have to believe Jen was texting John where the house is and where to park, multiple texts while John is in the house getting beat to death. I don't think it's impossible if Jen doesn't know that John's in the house. But once again, I'll go back to the beginning of this live. I'm not necessarily believing either version of events at this point. And probably why I talk for hours and hours and hours about this case is because I need to be able to put those pieces together in my brain, and I can't. Neither side's version makes a ton of sense to me. But I just thought maybe 3 weeks in we'd have a little bit more than we do now. I don't know if either side is right. I don't believe either side is right currently. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's where I'm at. You guys can be wherever you want on whether you think she did it or didn't. I'm not on either one. I just try to put the things together to go, wait a minute, why? If she did it and it's this simple, I don't know why these people would have to lie. And we know that they are lying about certain things. It's not that just because we feel like they're lying, but we know that they've lied about certain things. And then we know that their stories have changed, which does happen with testimony over long periods of time. And that's why they get to have their memory refreshed and they get to correct the statement. Oh, Microdots did the basement video. Thank you. Okay. I knew that he did the rendition of it that they keep using. I don't want John's niece and nephew to have to testify, Eva. I don't want him to put them on the stand. I hate it. Like, those kids have been through more trauma in their life than they should have ever had to deal with. And I hate it. I don't want them on the stand. So I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. I'm hoping that Lolly doesn't do it. I'm hoping that whatever he thinks that they have to offer, Not to mention, you're talking about young kids and their memories on what they think happened and how they interpreted adult conversations that they don't even understand. They don't understand. They don't understand why adults get in fights. Like even like when I got in a fight with my husband one time, my kids heard everything. They didn't understand what I was mad at or what he had done wrong or what I had done wrong and what he was mad about. They don't get it because they're not grown-ups. You know, they don't know and deal with and think of things the way that we do. So I hate to have them just put on the stand and be like, yeah, they got in a big fight and John told her that she needed to leave. Okay, well, then Mike, you're going to have my kids testify and that like 4 years ago, I got mad and told him that he needed to leave or I was leaving. I mean, I don't know. I don't like it. They want to testify? I don't think it should be up to them. They're not adults. I don't know. I struggle with having the kids testify. That's where I'm at with it. I think of my own kids, and I think I would not want them to testify about grown-ups stuff that they don't know anything about and that they shouldn't know anything about because they're kids. Even if they witnessed an argument, they don't understand the argument because they're kids. I don't know. That's just where I'm at with it. Okay. Let's talk about Colin Albert. Let's see what we got before we start talking about him, what we're at. More people believe more people think that Colin is not a believable witness than they thought about Allie. All right, let's leave it on. We'll leave it on here while we discuss his testimony, and we'll go from there. Reed supporters may as well say John was abducted by Martians, subjected to fatal experiments, and deposited back on the lawn. Well, we haven't got to see what they have as what they believe is their evidence, but technically, they don't have to prove it. So that's another like little catch there is they don't have to prove it. All they have to do is put enough out there and demolish the Commonwealth's case, which is, once again, I'm going to repeat myself. Right now, the Commonwealth is doing that all on their own. And talking to people who didn't know anything about this case, didn't know any of the sides or anything, the Commonwealth is literally doing a defense of these two families versus putting on the evidence of how Karen Reed killed this man. To me, I'm like, why are you doing that? Stop doing that. Prove that she killed him. Stop trying to prove that these people didn't. Because that's a waste of your time. And now the jury is going to know all of this stuff that they may not have known before. I don't know. That's my opinion. So Colin Albert is the son of Chris and Julie. He is the nephew to the homeowners of 34 Fairview, Brian and Nicole. He was at the house on the 28th, stops there to wish his cousin, Brian Jr., a happy birthday. He is a few, like 5 to 17 at the time, almost 18, and Brian was turning 23. They're a little over 5 years apart in age. He was hanging out at his friend Mike's house, and he gets a ride from Mike's house over to Brian Jr.'s. Now, while he's at Mike's house, he doesn't know what time he got there. He doesn't know how he got there. He doesn't know anything about doesn't know who else was there. He literally knows nothing. He knows nothing about the time that he spent at Mike's house and who was there. Maybe because he hangs out at Mike's all the time, he can't remember. But yeah, he doesn't have any idea who's at Mike's house, when he got to Mike's house, what he did at Mike's house, nothing. But he can tell you and the jury that he was picked up from 34 Fairview at 12:10. That he could tell you. And I'm like, that's because you're looking at your messages. Why didn't you look at your messages for the other stuff? Because it wasn't important at the time, though. So Lolly has to focus on the backing into John, right? He's not there. He hasn't even been able to prove where any fucking car was yet. That's another thing I struggle with. We won't see or hear the kid's testimony anyway. So everyone telling folks to wait until the kids testify so we can hear what you think is going to be a bunch of bad shit about Karen is a waste of time. Well, we'll get the reports from people in the courtroom, right? Or are they gonna block people from coming in that day too? If Lolly is that desperate that he chooses to involve them when there has already been plenty of lay witnesses, then whatever. But the world isn't going to see or hear it. That's what. So are they not letting spectators in or journalists in that day either? Because that's, I think, the only way we're gonna hear it. $12:10 was like everyone's time. Remember, Chris and Julie used those times too. Yeah, that's when they got home. Chris got home at 12:10 because that would put him in bed for just a little bit before Colin came home, because 12:10 would be a perfect time, but that's not the case. And if Colin came home after him, then where the heck did Colin and Allie go? I think that needs to be the question too. If he's picked up at 12:10, where did they go that he is not home when, like, arriving home at the same time that Chris is coming home? They should have been coming home at the same time. People are saying what a good person Karen was to the kids. These kids, if anything, have been brainwashed by Jenn McCabe, who seems to think she's more entitled in John's life than Karen was. Which is interesting because John's brother and sister-in-law both said that she was good to the kids, and that the only problem they had was that she spoiled them. Yeah, they are not cousins. I did wonder what they were doing. Should try this. Injustice, and Karen can never get this money back. But it's a good thing that she raised like 250 grand. I wondered that too. Whoever is talking about the kids, if they do, it won't be video or audio aired, and Lolly will look really bad if they do that. So gross, traumatizing, speak against the only parent figure. That's why I'm wondering if anybody else would even be in the car. John's family, they're adults and dislike Karen with all this information available on there, still ignorant to these facts. Okay, they deserve not guilty. But it seems like they didn't have any issues with Karen until afterward, which is a struggle because people are like, well, she's never even bothered to talk to the family again. But when she went to court, there was a no contact order. She wasn't allowed to talk to the family. Not to mention they took her phone. So she couldn't talk to the family, and then she's arrested and told not to talk to the family. So what is she supposed to do there? Like, that's a, I don't know. Yeah, 250 ain't squat, but she did get it. So, I mean, at least it helps. All right. Okay. So where were we? Yeah, they're cousins of the same cousin. He typically has a curfew around midnight. It's not like a set curfew. His parents just like him to be home around midnight. He only remembers a few people at Brian Jr.'s, not all of them. He only recognized a couple of them. He left Brian Jr.'s at 12:10, and he had gotten a ride from Allie. Allie contacted the phone. They go through this whole thing again about, did he put Allie in his phone? Does he sure that that's Allie? How many times has he communicated with that contact information to make sure that it's Allie, so on and so forth? Because that's the other thing, is you don't even have to change the date and time. You can just change the text message to, or change your contact info to being somebody else. So I could just say, hey, this is my screenshot with my husband, and literally it's my screenshot of me and Sleuthy talking, you know? I could just change it to his name instead of hers. So they have to validate that. Once again, the jury gets the same instruction of, hey, if you don't believe that these people are the right people in the text messages, then just disregard the text messages as a whole. Give them no weight. Allie's contact the phone. Yeah, communicate through Snapchat sometimes. This is also interesting. So he says they communicate through Snapchat sometimes. But then he goes on to say he does not have social media. So how is he communicating with people sometimes on Snapchat without social media? Does he not know what social media is? What does he think? What does he consider social media? Because he's literally testifying on direct that he communicates with people and his cousins and his friends through Snapchat. He has a cousins chat on Snapchat. Doesn't remember anything on there about Brian Jr.'s birthday. He got a text from Allie that says, I'm here. He came out the door about 30 seconds later. Now remember, he's going out the door when his aunt and uncle are coming in. So why is she not pulling up right behind them? Don't understand that. As he's walking out, he sees Brian and Nicole. Okay? She doesn't text until she's in the driveway. How in the world does she not see her aunt and uncle in the driveway? Yeah, Vixie, we're gonna get to that one too as soon as we're done with this part. I don't get it. As he's walking, I saw Brian and Nicole. Allie's in her Ford, sitting in the driveway. They're walking in. She's already in the driveway. Make that make sense. He doesn't remember if there was anybody else in the car. Doesn't remember if he got in the back seat or the front seat. Doesn't remember. There's a lot of shit that Colin does not remember. It gets worse on cross. He really doesn't remember anything when he gets crossed because there's no preparation for that one. It had just started snowing. He didn't see Jenn or Matt's car. Once again, they do not ask him about the other cars that are there. Allie drove him straight home. He goes up 3 flights of stairs. Does 3 flights of stairs remind you guys of anything in this case that we know that hasn't come into testimony yet, but we know as laymen? 3 flights of stairs. His mom and dad were home in the bedroom. He always checks in with them. So he got home about around 12:20, goes straight into the room and, talks to his parents. He knows John because they lived next door to each other on Meadows before they moved into this condo. He knew John because his parents were friendly with him. He lived with John lived with 2 adopted kids. He only saw him occasionally, never really talked to him. He would just wave at him. There was no animosity. They never had any arguments. And John was always a nice guy. Yeah, right? John's phone. Weird, right? Same amount of flights of stairs. I thought that was interesting. Not to say that they're together, but I mean, 3 flights of stairs again. He knew Karen because he knew that Karen dated John, but he never interacted with her. Said I probably just waved to her, when I drove by or when she drove by, like friendly neighbors. I have neighbors down the street. I wave at them all the time. I have no idea what their names are. Friends would pick up friends who had been drinking, so they didn't drive. July 2023 was the first time he met with the troopers, and he gave them the screenshots of his text with Allie. And then they show him the pictures of him on February 11th gathering at the Albert's house, where they go over, is this an accurate representation of your hands at the time, an accurate representation of your face at the time, all that stuff. So that's what Lolly does on direct. Now let me see if I can grab this one. This one should be right here. So this weekend, which I don't have I have no photo with a timestamp. So I can only tell you that it's being posted on social media that Colin posted a photo on Instagram on Saturday. I have not, if somebody has that screenshot, please feel free to message it to me or email it to me. One that has a timestamp of when he posted. I do not have that. I cannot personally validate that this was posted on Saturday night. This is what is being said on social media. This is an engagement picture of Tristan and Caitlin. So if this is posted, well, they were boyfriend and girlfriend when they testified last week, and now they're engaged. It's got to be fairly recent because they weren't engaged then. But like I said, I cannot prove to you guys he posted this on Saturday night. So now Tristan and Caitlin are engaged, and Colin is posting things on Instagram, on social media that he does not have. Apparently, he starts to get some comments on it and immediately deletes the entire Instagram. That Instagram is no longer around. because he's not supposed to have social media. He just testified that he doesn't have any. So did he create an Instagram the day after he testified? I don't know. But this is another one that I'm like, what are you doing? Why lie about having social media? You literally just said, I talked to my cousins on Snapchat, talked to my friends and my cousins on Snapchat. That's social media. Now you're posting on Instagram. That social media. She was probably like, high maintenance. You're going to marry me, bitch. Get me a ring right now. You pity Tristan? I don't know, dude. That guy was just like, I don't know anything about anything, about anybody, about anything. I know nothing about nothing about nothing. I was like, this is a waste of time. He had to get a ring to get out of the doghouse after the high maintenance come. He's like, it's okay. I love you, even if you are high maintenance. Second motion to dismiss filed. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. All right, let me see. Colin is told not to be on social media until he testifies. Now he can be on social media again. But did he not have social media when he testified? Because if that account existed prior to his testimony, he lied. That's a problem. Now, if he says, I was told not to be on social media until some other things to just, to dismiss. Now I'm reading Sleuthy's comment. Phoenix just said that too. So I'll pull those up in a hot minute. I want to finish Karen Reed because I'm just so far behind and we got testimony coming back tomorrow. We can do Delphi in a little bit. We'll start a new one for Delphi. Mama K. I think everybody in that family is high maintenance. I'm thinking everybody in Canton is high maintenance at this point, except for John. Like, he's legit the outsider. It's like everybody else is high maintenance. All right, so where were we? So this is crossed by Jackson. It gets a little spicy. We're on day 13 still. This is Thursday, right? Is this Thursday? Yeah, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. So he's asked, like, did you speak to your mom, your dad? Did you talk to Lolly, anyone about this testimony? And he says no. And then he says that he was prepped by Lolly about a month ago. And so then Jackson's like, so yes? And then he's like, yeah, oh yeah, I did. I talked to, we prepped for this testimony. Hold on, you guys, real quick. Okay, sorry about that. So he's like, so yes, you did talk to somebody about your testimony. This is that whole like, so who else did he throw off when he was like, well, you said you prepped, and so you said talk to, and I was thinking prepped. That wasn't it. Brian Albert, didn't Brian Albert do the same thing? Maybe I'm thinking it's somebody else. He said he wasn't on social. He said he didn't have social media. Doesn't have social media. Colin lies, but Karen lies, and Fortune. No, I don't know. I think at this point, I don't believe any of them. I don't believe anything. And I don't believe anything that's being shown in court right now. That's where I'm at. No, it was somebody about being prepped. Was he the one who switched it from being prepped? It was something like, well, I don't know. I didn't expect for you to say this word. I thought you were going to say the other word. I thought it was Brian Albert said he wouldn't give his blessing until after Tristan testified. I doubt that's true. I bet they were together 8 years. And it's funny because I made a comment about that they weren't engaged or married yet after being together 8 years. What did Max say? I feel terrible for the mother of J.O. She lost 2 kids. Yeah, she lost 2 kids and her son-in-law. I've never seen a group of innocent, that is probably the best way to say it, is like they are acting guiltier than they should be. And part of that is, in my opinion, is Lolly's fault. By having them having to testify defending their actions of something that hasn't even been accused of them yet. And yes, I know publicly, yes, but in this trial, they're coming off so defensive and so dishonest. I cannot wait to hear the jury's perspective when this is all said and done on how they felt about the testimony, like how confused they are that 3 weeks into this trial, we have seen so much about these people who literally are supposedly have nothing to do with anything, defend themselves, get caught in lies, be impeached on the stand with their own information, and not heard anything about Karen Reed hitting him. And everybody, Lolly even asks himself, did you see anybody in the yard? No. Did you see anybody in the car? No. Did you see this person doing anything? No. We saw nothing. Nobody saw anything. And yet here they are getting caught lying on the stand in a case that technically has nothing to do with them, right? It's so weird. And I get it. Like so many people followed this case for so long beforehand. We know so much more. I'm just thinking, like, when these jurors sit down for like interviews after this trial, I want to know how confused they are up until this point. Like, what are we doing here? I thought like we were trying to go after this woman who's sitting over here, you know? He comes off like a spoiled brat. Allie, in my opinion, did not. But he does. He comes off like he's trying to downplay his bad boy, but he also comes off like he's trying to, like in the videos, which we'll get to, in the videos, like he's trying to upplay his bad boy, if that makes sense. And I don't know, teenage boy, I mean, I have one, doesn't act like that. So I don't know. But I mean, did I know kids like that? For sure. I don't think so. They have been brutally harassed for a year. They're all defensive. That's what I'm saying, Eva, though. But that's what we know about on the outside. I'm talking about, think of it like you're sitting on that jury and you don't know shit about shit. And now you're sitting there at a trial talking about this woman who hit this man, and you are 3 weeks into hearing testimony to prove that she hit this man and killed him. And all you've heard is these people be defensive and get caught in lies. So that's why the harassment stuff was important for him to get in, for Lolly to get in, because he wanted the jury to understand why they might be coming off the way that they're coming off. Well, so whether we think they're harassed or not, they can still feel harassed. They may have a different level. So I'll respect that for now, but I don't respect that they're lying on the stand. And like I said, 17 years old, I can see that would probably, as an Allie, I could see that being a big deal. Benefit of the doubt, and each Albert or McCabe witness was so bad, in my opinion, that it tainted the more credible ones. Yeah? Is it possible that Karen Reed has been harassed? Well, hell yeah, she has. Most of the time, if people are arrested for a crime, and this isn't just Karen Reed, this is in general, our human nature is to trust that they got the right person, that they've done the right thing. We don't typically want to believe in corruption. We don't want our minds to go there. We don't want to believe in conspiracies. We don't want to think that they're true. But they're not out of question, but it's possible, and I think it should always be a possibility, and we can't just rule it out, but it's not always probable. Most of the time, they get the right person. Most of the time, the people being tried are the right person. They are the guilty party. Now, that's not always, and since there are exceptions, that's why we have the justice system where she is innocent until she is proven guilty. And if you look at it from that perspective, they walked in, they sat in this courtroom 3 weeks ago, they have this jury who sits down to hear testimony to be proven that that woman is guilty of a crime. As a juror, they don't know anything about Karen Read besides his family liked her. The kids were spoiled by her. Her and John fought over how much she spoiled the kids. They were lovey-dovey at the bar. It snowed. She did drink something in a clear glass. They still haven't even shown us how much she drank yet. We haven't got to see that. We don't even have the receipts yet from CF McCarthy's. We only have the receipt where there's one drink for each of them at, oh my God, why can't I think? Why can't I think of the damn name? At Waterfall. So I'm trying to think of it like, what we know isn't what they know. Right. At least just maybe if the Commonwealth wanted to attack it first and get it out of the way, maybe not have brought on so many of them. Maybe have just brought on a few. But then I wonder if people would have questioned why they didn't bring on the others. I don't know. I'm not an attorney, so they have a strategy. Their strategy just doesn't make any sense to me as somebody who would be a potential juror. That's where I'm at. You don't like my ramblings? Sorry, Freddie. All right, let's see where we were. So yes, he was prepped by Lolly. We haven't gotten far here at all. Tully was there, and he doesn't remember anything about Lolly or Tully. Said that they didn't tell him what to say or what to wear. He didn't think about this case until it was not important to him. The case was not important to him until people on the internet started talking about him. He doesn't watch anything on the case, and he doesn't have social media. He knows nothing about the case. And so he asked, did you talk to Allie about it? And he says, nope, not that he doesn't remember that. And he keeps saying, I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember. And so finally Jackson's like, were you told to say, you don't remember? And he's like, no. He's like, your memory's just that bad, which is objected to and stricken from the record. Still remembers nothing from a month ago with Lolly. Doesn't remember who contacted him to come into the DA's office. Maybe his lawyer, not sure. He still didn't talk to his parents about anything. Didn't talk about it, even though it's an important case. Never comes up in the Albert household. His text message with Allie, they go through that. Never talked to Lolly about social media or videos. Courtney Proctor, who's the investigator's sister, which we go to this, a few times. I show up specifically for the rambling. Thanks, Post-Punk Mama. At least you get me, huh? That's kind of the whole thing here. But it is what it is. So Courtney Proctor is the sister to Michael Proctor, who's the investigator. And then they go over that Colin was in her wedding years ago. Not recently. It was years ago. And so here you got Colin, and then you've got Michael Proctor in Courtney Proctor's wedding. So, I mean, he's tiny. He's not even a full-on teenager. He's tiny. He's 9. And then you got Michael Proctor over here. So he's in the wedding party. So then they start going back and forth they start talking about that, how he knows them, how long he's known them, how many times he's been to their house, so on and so forth, back and forth about just how close he is to Courtney Proctor. He says, Courtney is friends with his Aunt Jillian, which is his mom's sister. The families were actually closer when they were younger, not as much now. Not uncommon. The kids are, younger kids all typically can hang out together. And then as they get older and they're teenagers, they start going out with their friends versus, people that they hung out with when they were little. That's not surprising to me. So there's the photo of Colin as the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding. Michael Proctor's also in the wedding party. I just showed you guys that. He was never interviewed by anybody at Canton PD. He wasn't interviewed by the troopers until July of 2023. When he is interviewed by the troopers, he only talks to them for about 10 minutes. He says they were not hostile. They were not accusatory. They were not mean. He was very comfortable. Michael Proctor was cordial. He did not feel like he was put on the hot seat. But But Michael Proctor did act professional and, wasn't just like out there like goofing off. He did not take his attorney with him to this interview with Proctor. Or no, maybe it was, when he did not take his interview, or maybe, I wrote it down here somewhere. They did recognize each other because they do know each other. It happened at the DA's office. They did not do a phone extraction. They never looked at his phone. They never took a picture of his phone with their phone. He says texting is a common communication between him and his friends and family, but yet Jackson's like, this is your best friend, Allie, and you don't talk to her again until February 20th on your own screenshots. So you talk January 29th, and then you don't talk to her again until February 20th. And that's where he's like, well, we communicate on other things too, like other apps. So he said that, he doesn't think it's true that they didn't talk that long. They probably switched platforms. He said, is that because, Snapchat deletes messages? So that's what Jackson's like trying to say. Hey, are you trying to use these other sites because you know that we're not going to be able to get access to it? Is that what you're trying to do? And he's like, no, no. So then Jackson's like, well, can you produce your communications now? And he's like, no. Asked him if he knows anything about phone extractions or metadata. He says no. It says September 2023 when he's being interviewed. Yuri wants the screenshots, and Colin said that he had sent the text to his dad. So if Yuri wanted them, then he needed to get them from Chris. But doesn't know why he gave them to his dad. And then doesn't know why he gave them to his dad. Doesn't know when he gave them to his dad. Doesn't know why he gave them to his dad. Just keeps saying, I don't remember. I don't remember. And then Jackson says, you don't remember anything about this case, do you? And then objection, and then Jackson withdraws that comment. He said, why didn't you just give them the phone since you have the same phone? Like you had the same phone from the time you were interviewed back to the time that everything happened with John O'Keefe. Why didn't you just give him your phone? And he's like, I don't know. Well, I mean, why didn't they ask for his phone? That's an investigator issue more than a Colin issue, in my opinion. They didn't even bother to ask for it. They didn't care to have it. February 26th, they talk about this picture, and I think I've shown you guys this one before anyway. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. I don't know if I resaved it or not. I think most people have seen the picture. It's of Colin at the bar at Fenway Johnny's, I guess it's called. And his knuckles are all scratched up here. And so Jackson's like, well, you didn't have any control over this photo, did you? Like this wasn't posted on your social media. It was posted on the company's Facebook. So you couldn't control like what happened with the metadata. You couldn't control editing of the photo. You had no control over it because it was posted by them. So like, how did you hurt your knuckles? And this one's just silly. So he says he was at a house party and he had something in his left hand and he slipped on the ice. And when he slipped, he tried to catch himself with his right knuckles. I'm like, what? The only way that would even potentially make sense is if you had something possibly in your right hand also that you didn't want to let go. And so you like flip your hand over, but like, I don't know. I'm like, how did you messed up your knuckles by falling down and bracing yourself? Instinct is typically you put your hand out. I was pretty confused by that. I don't necessarily believe that's how he hurt his hands. Now, does that mean that he was out there fighting with people? Nobody has come forward at all to ever say they have seen Colin get in a fight or that they know who he got in a fight with or were the person he got in a fight with. So nobody has come forward saying that they know anything about Colin being in any fights. Now, that to me is something that makes me think he wasn't getting in any fights. But that doesn't mean that he's not punching something else. He could have been punching a punching bag. He could have punched a wall. He could have punched something else. MIT Baker trying to make that motion while watching made it so obvious that Colin's explanation made no sense. It just doesn't. It really just doesn't make sense. But if say he got pissed off and he punched a wall, so he's still never been in any fights, but he's not going to want to testify to that because it would show that he has somewhat of a temper. You know what I mean? Hold on, what is popping up here? I got some notification going off somewhere. Give me a second. I don't know where the heck that's coming from. It might be behind here. Hold on, you guys. Give me a second. Let me close out of this so it stops dinging to you guys. There's several different sounds going on. It's like ding, 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 ding. All kinds of stuff going off. No, and you're like, is that me? No, stuff's popping off. Getting all the notifications. All right, let me bring this back up. There we go. Where were we? So he says, I've never been in a fight except for with my brothers when he was young. He says, do you box? And he says, no. But he does hit a heavy bag when he works out. I think this is another thing of semantics that I didn't really know why Jackson was pushing it. Like, that's not, if you hit a heavyweight bag or a heavy bag when you're working out, would you consider that boxing? Because I can tell you right now, I've hit a heavy bag and I would never tell anybody I've ever boxed. So I was kind of with Colin on this one. I was like, that does not equate to boxing for me. Now they want to bring in these 2 videos, which I think everybody knows what the videos are. But the court is like, not really sure if we want to let those in. So essentially they have the jury leave another voir dire on the 2 videos. They're going through exactly what it is. And I'm not going to go through it twice because it all comes in anyway. So we'll go to the next one. And now the jury's back. The judge allows the videos to come into evidence. So they play both the videos. So let me do that for you guys now. I'm going to play them from, this is Turtle Boy's website. If anybody isn't familiar. So this is, but it was great. Like, see, he puts them in and he calls the one bang bang. Oh, stop it. And I was like, you gotta be like, they actually let him call that bang bang as the evidence.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
Yeah. Clean cold, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
I'll play it one more time in case you missed it.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
Clean cold, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
So, okay, there's one. And then here's the other one.
Yo, your advantage, boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch. Yo, your advantage, boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
He's a secondhand embarrassment. Oh, no. Bunch of jumps. Like, it's so bad. I mean, this is why I said, like, this is like tough guy status. That doesn't actually make him a tough guy. To me, it is just kind of like, what are you doing? Like, you're drunk and the Adele music. I don't know how you can't even take it seriously, like as a serious threat. It's like they're drinking and listening to Adele, and then he Like, pull up, bitch, and then it's all Adele in the background. I don't know. It doesn't. I get what they're doing with it, but I'm like, nah, that's just silly. It doesn't seem very tough to me. It seems like a guy who's trying to act tough, but maybe that's just because I'm like, I don't know. I would just kind of be embarrassed by that. I would. And now it's been played in a court of law, and one's called Advantage and the other one was called Bang Bang, and that's how it's in evidence now, the Bang Bang video. And yes, he does say bang bang, but I don't know. I was just like, Adele's like, wait a minute, what are you doing? What are you doing using my stuff? Oh shit, I'll probably get copywritten for that now. I'll have to mute it later. It is what it is. Yeah, I didn't play enough of it for it to matter. He was 17. I know, that's why I'm like, and he's fighting with these boys from this hockey team that he's never even met the kids, doesn't know where they even live. If he's telling the truth, I don't know. But I just thought like that. I don't know. I just wasn't like, this is the kind of guy that thinks it's like he's going to go beat up a grown ass cop. I didn't get that. And I know that's what people like the defense wants us to get from that is like, look, he's a little shithead and fighter and he beats up people and he constantly has these scratches on on his hands. And, it happens more than once. I didn't get like, okay, this guy thinks he's going to be able to fuck up some 40-year-old cop. I didn't get that. They can for sure. I didn't get it. I knew 17-year-olds that were dangerous. I just don't. Now I would see that he would be, if we go with the defense theory, which like I said, I'm not necessarily believing that theory anyway. But if we did, I could see if, Uncle Brian and Uncle Brian's friend are in a fight and I think I'm a tough guy, I will get in and try to help out my family because I'm drunk and I think I can fight. That's the kid. That's what those videos make me think of. Like, I think that he would run scared if John had come to him to beat the shit out of him. You know what I mean? Or I just don't see him stepping to John O'Keefe. I see him thinking that I can back up somebody. Yeah, he was 6'1", 205 pounds, athlete. He's not a tiny pipsqueak. I think it's a personality thing. It's a typical high schooler. Honestly, I don't see this and say danger, but not sure of the jury. Now, the knuckles are not from falling. Right. That's where I'm at with it too, Max. The videos just didn't connect for me. They just don't. I don't think he's walking up and picking a fight with John O'Keefe. Yeah, you can have your opinion. Absolutely have your opinion. But yeah, I'm trying to look at things from both perspectives. I think most of us are trying to see, okay, does this make sense or does it not? And to me, that doesn't make sense. And like, I get it. He's not a little person. He's not a pipsqueak, like Sleuthy said. He's not a tiny little guy. I think that he'd get his ass kicked. Where'd ATS at? Where'd she go? Anger issues, a brain not fully developed, hormones, and drinking. I could see him fighting John, in your opinion. Interesting. I see him getting in it. I see him backing up like his Uncle Brian. Like he's definitely the guy. He's definitely like, you remember those old like fighting, like hold me back? Like they're not, like nobody's really holding you back, but like they're pretending like hold me back, so I don't get in this fight, like so I don't go beat this kid's ass or whatever. And it's like nobody's really holding him back. That's the kind of tough guy I see him to be. That's what I picture in my mind. It does. Yeah, I just think that I think he's you know what I'm talking about, see? Hold me back. Hold me back. They're just trying to make it look like the house was full of a bunch of aggressive buffoons who were drunk, and that opens up the possibility of some type of skirmish skirmish that, oh shit, where'd it go? That could have went bad. Yeah, I still don't, I don't see it. I don't see this playful fighting from the bar turning into playful fighting accident. I don't know. Maybe. I don't see it. You get me more with the Higgins stuff, I think, is actually you get me more with that, if anything. You get me more with Higgins than you do with Colin. That's my personal thought. Like I said, everybody welcome to their own opinions. I'm totally fine with your opinion. Just be respectful of others. So the evidence gets brought in. They play them. He says the videos are from sophomore year, but yet he testified at the grand jury in 2023. And he said they were junior or senior year. So he's anywhere from 15 to 17-ish years old when these are made. He looks fairly similar to now. I don't know what he looked like when he was 15. I've never looked. So, but they go over like, you're going to beat them up. You were threatening them. You said you're going to beat their ass. And Jackson's like repeating like what he said. Like, you said you were going to fuck them up. You called them a bitch. I was like, Jackson, you're definitely not a tough guy. So this doesn't even sound tough coming out of you. But I mean, he made his point like, yeah, he does. He's on there and he's making threats to people he doesn't know. He's threatening to fight. I know where they're trying to go with it. I just didn't feel it. So that's where I'm at with that. But yet he says he's never been in a fight. Yet he's threatening to get physical and beat people's asses. And he said yes. And then they talk about in the July 2023 grand jury hearing that he actually shows up to that hearing and his knuckles are again scratched up. And that time he's like, yeah, that was from hitting the heavy bag. And I'm like, okay, so he's just hit. I think that there might be something to that he's punching other things and they don't want that to come. Like, the Alberts don't want that to come out because it would look like he has a temper. So instead, it's got to be these weird things. Whoever came up with the slip and fall really needs to come up with a new story because that is terrible. That's a terrible, terrible story. The knuckle video was from 2/22, where Colin himself said it was a senior party. You mean the photo? The knuckle photo is from 2/22. I know that's from 2/26/2022. So I don't know what knuckle video. The one that's the bang bang or the advantage. You got to call them what they're labeled in evidence now. True. Why go to so much effort to keep Colin's name out of all reports if he was not involved? Well, if you ask them, they weren't actually leaving him out. They didn't find him relevant because he wasn't at the house when John was. He wasn't in the vicinity of the house when John was. The video, hold on. Not the video, the photo. Okay, the video. Oh, shit. You guys are getting me. The photo of the knuckles is from 2/26, the one at Fenway Johnny's. That one I know. The video, Ashley says, we haven't got to the grab ass comments yet. Right. So then why did he take a screenshot? Well, for whatever reason, he'd already taken screenshots and given them to his dad. Okay, send it to me in the DMs. I'll turn that back on. I have to start closing some of these tabs. I have too much shit open. Well, some of them know John was there because they saw him outside. They saw Karen's car there. Other ones had no idea that he was even coming, apparently. Jackson's aim was to impeach Colin as a credible witness and defeat the preppy boy. Look, the prosecution displayed upon him. Colin's alibi is weak. Screenshot of sus text string. I agree. Absolutely. And I think they did. I think the defense absolutely impeached him. I do not think he was a believable witness. I think it worked for that purpose. 100%. I think it worked, but I'm not on the jury. So my opinion is just my opinion. So on redirect, Lolly wants to clarify that he's not actually related to Allie McCabe because Jackson did refer to him as her cousin, but they have the same cousin. They're cousins of the same cousin. And they talk about that he only met Lolly once. Talks about that he doesn't know anything about the case because he told him not to talk about the case. Let me see it right after. Oh, this one. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me save this one real quick. This is from March 18th. Where's the rest of this photo? Because isn't this the same photo? Hold on, I think I have this. Is this not the same photo that hold on, I'm looking to see if I have it. This one. This is the senior party. This is what he's wearing. This is what he's wearing. This is from March 18th of 2022. I got what you're saying now. I got it. Thank you. Okay. So he's saying that video is from his sophomore year when it's from March 8th. It's posted on March 18th of 2022. Here he is, same shirt, same hat. Is this not that photo though that has? Is this not the same photo that has Allie in it? Hold on. Nope. Here. That's the same. Yeah, same thing. His senior year, weeks after John died. It's from 2022 after John died. And he's saying it's from before, during his sophomore year in high school. Jeez. And then this was weird to me because that kind of looks like somebody else, but it's hard to tell. But that's him. That's the hat. That's the shirt. That's the party. Doesn't it look like it is? But why would she be at a senior party? That's the only thing I know. It kind of looks like her. But I was like, I can't tell. Maybe it's just, just a little bit of a doppelganger situation. Okay. It's the same. It's not the same photo, though. It's just the same. It's the same series of photos. And Allie has an Apple Watch. She sure does. And she's flipping off the camera. Yeah, they all take the stand and lie. It's more lies. Yeah, they're the same age. Yeah, seniors together. Right, Miss Smith. That you and me, same page right now. Nima, I'm just trying to go through both sets of theories. I get where you're coming from, but honestly, I'm just trying to figure out how they're even getting to one theory or the other, because I'm not at either theory. So I'm just looking at things as they're being presented in court. And so, yeah, so he lied. That video was actually after John died. Now, when was the other one from? Does anybody have any proof of that one? Because both of them are from. So that means that when he testified in the grand jury, the federal grand jury tells the truth, but he's not telling the truth here. Interesting. Okay. I lost you guys again. Here you are. He's only met Michael Proctor like 6 or 7 times, or 5 or 6 times in his whole life. He hadn't seen him in years before the interview. He had been to the grandmother's house a few times years ago when he was younger. He was 8 or 9 when he was the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding. His aunt and mom are friendly. This is a whole nother weird thing when it comes to the level of friendship in this trial. Like, I feel like there needs to be, like, on a level of 1 to 10, 10 being you guys are best friends, 1 being you've met the person once in your life and you have no idea who they are or anything about them. You know what I mean? Like there needs to be some form of like floating scale on what friendships mean here. Like what does friendship mean to you? I need some more clarifying questions to be asked, because now Aunt and Mom are friendly with Courtney. They're not friends, they're just friendly. Communication with Allie and other friends on multiple platforms. Here we go again. But how does he communicate with them if he doesn't have social media? He saw Allie on February 11th, so that could be why there wasn't a lot of communication, because they already saw they were seeing each other. The pick at Fenway Johnny's was weeks after when his cousin came home. So how his knuckles were has nothing to do with John. Fenway Johnny's pick was in your control, because you remember Jackson saying it's out of your control. You can't manipulate it. You can't, anything like that. You had no control over it. Well, he's saying, so Lolly's like, you did have control. You didn't have to be photographed. You knew you were going to be photographed. Now, here's the videos around 16, sophomore, against some Advantage Club hockey. He never played hockey, but the hockey boys were texting, calling their guys pussies. The girls' hockey team had hung out with them, and his friends were salty about it. So they're arguing back and forth. Now, remember, his cousin Allie plays hockey, so that's also an interesting thing. He'd never gotten in a fight with John. He'd never argued with John. There was no animosity with John, no issues with John whatsoever when they lived next to each other. And he didn't really start thinking about this case or even paying any attention to the case until people on Twitter started calling him and his family murderers. So Lolly gets that in again in front of the jury. Like, it's possible that you're seeing this defensiveness from these witnesses because social media has been, quote unquote, harassing them. So Lolly has to make that point. And so he's bringing it in, and he does it a couple times. Will it weigh on them? I don't know. He never saw John when he was at 34 Fairview that night. That's it. So that's Colin. Now let's go back and see what you guys voted. How does he know that without any social media, right? This is why they lie about the stupidest shit. Why lie about that? Why become a liar over something that is not important? Because what happens is that taints what everybody thinks of the things that you're saying that are important. All right, let's see what you guys have to say here. So Colin Albert, a believable witness. 93% said no, and 7% said yes. So more people in this chat believed Allie and did not believe Colin. And I'm with you. That's where I'm at. I believed a lot more of what Allie said versus what Colin said. All right, yeah, you guys are welcome to have your opinions in chat. My only rule on this channel is to be kind and respectful to other people. I could care less what your opinion is, but I do care about how you treat people. That's really it. So just don't worry about other people's opinions. It's fine to have your own. It's fine to share your own. Just don't talk down to other people about what theirs is. That's the only thing I care about. Can't tell you what opinion to have because I don't even fucking have one myself. I'm trying to figure it all out. Let's go to Matt. I'm convinced that no matter what happened, he is the leader of the cover-up in the story. Oh, God, am I really? Okay, Sleuthy. Oh, not there yet. Not there yet. I'm going to finish this. Going to finish this. Respectable free speech. Absolutely. We haven't even gotten to the meat of this case yet. 3 weeks in. Like, we can't. We're literally, if we start arguing with each other, we're arguing with each other about shit that isn't even going to be in front of a jury. So we've got to be careful about that. Should we do a poll about Matt? Because Matt came off to me as, you think Matt's the ringleader, and then you think it's Brian Albert Sr. Definitely not Jr. I liked Brian Albert Jr. He was actually probably one of my favorite witnesses. I was like, this kid is just trying to have a birthday party suffering from anxiety and just wants to hang out with his friends. He only has girls for friends, except for Colin, because he had 6 girls come over to his house. I liked Brian Jr. Fiend just said he's dead. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Okay. Hold on. You guys want, let's do a poll on Matt now. He was so smug and annoying. I agree. Okay. Was Matt McCabe typos a believable witness? This started off so flippin' boring. Lolly was just dragging his lolly butt all around. I was like, are we going to get to it? Or are we just like, what are we talking about? I don't even know if I want to go through all of this, but he talks about, I'll read the beginning pretty fast, just for people who haven't got to watch the trial and are literally here for the recap of it. Right, PR? Colin said, I said, fuck him up and F him up. And Jackson's all, you didn't say F. What did you say? He's like, I'm going to F you up. Matt does whatever Jenn tells him to. Fourth theory, aliens. I mean, at this point, anything is possible. If I was in the jury, I wouldn't know what's going on until Jenn and Matt, the prosecution, have hardly even mentioned Karen. It is absolutely crazy. I think we are, Miss Smith. I think we are, because I am on the same page as you, for sure. I need a hell no option for this guy. Veronica! I think they're covering for Colin and Brian. Is this the guy that needed a flashlight to read, Chelsea? Yes. I love these polls. None of these people have been believable. When Ajax started cussing, he's like, you were like, bitch, get over here. I would demand a string chart. I know. You think on like their notepads they have like the names like written like to each other, with like their own little family tree going on. They're like, who the hell are all these people? Oh yeah, he does. Okay. So he's lived in Canton for 10 years. He's married to Jenn McCabe. They have 4 daughters. His oldest daughter is Allie McCabe. He works at an infotech firm, and his wife doesn't work. On the 28th, they went to Canton Junction after work. So he's already starting off the evening. Then they go to the basketball game. Literally anybody who testifies about these basketball games, Lolly needs to know who won and who lost. It's like, does it matter at this point? They only need a string chart now. It's of Lolly's opening statement. AJ, infotech man can barely use a phone flashlight. I know. And so, here's the other thing is like, they're counting on him. If the jury doesn't see this, I don't know what to tell you. But they're counting on him to be the one, the eyewitness from inside the house that saw tire tracks, the shape of tire tracks, how many times the car moved, where the car moved. And the guy's like, I can't see anything. I think I need glasses. And I get it. Like, there's nearsighted and farsighted. I wear contacts. And FYI, anybody who had listened to my contact story, I gave up on the monovision. I cannot handle it. I do not like it. I have switched out the left contact to a regular one. And I feel so much better about my life. Just going to say that. So, yeah. So he needs glasses. It has to have a flashlight. And I'm just like, I hope they're going like, wait a minute. We're supposed to count on what you saw and you can't see. But like I said, nearsighted, farsighted, if people know, if they have glasses, then they understand. So he knew John since he became the caregiver of his sister's kids. Oh, hold on. I forgot the rest of the story because we need this part. So he goes to his daughter's basketball game, talks about who wins, who loses, if it's varsity or JV, because that's also important, and what time the game was at. I talk about repetitiveness of shit that doesn't matter, Lolly. Nobody cares about the basketball game. Nobody cares about whether it was JV or varsity and how his daughter played for both teams. We've heard this so many times now. Same story of who was there and when. So he goes to the waterfall to meet up with his family. Everybody's drinking, and he's having vodka water with Crystal Light. I couldn't do it anymore. I was like, this sucks. I'm out. I quit. So he knew John since he became the caregiver of his sister's kids because they used to live by John's sister. His third daughter is the same age as Kaylee. They played sports together. Jenn would help drive him around. They had play dates. He coached her. He coached Kaylee in soccer. Jenn coached her in basketball. John wanted to introduce Karen to Jenn because both of them have MS. He remembers that John came over and was drinking Bud Light Lime at his house, and he found that interesting. He's already making fun of him. I'd love a J Criminality collab if ever Bob isn't available. Always, yeah, that would be fun. I think that we'd probably get in some trouble, especially with Jay's sound effects. The only thing crystal clear about this is they were all on a keto diet that they all failed because they like to eat fried food, and then he goes home and just eats a bunch of cheese. Even though that's on the keto diet, it's like my after drink snack is going to be a bunch of cheese. So he's making fun of John for drinking Bud Light Lime, which I get. He did not observe anyone fighting or arguing at the waterfall. He knows that John was excited that Kaylee had been accepted into the certain high school. He did chat with Karen while he was there. Picked up at around the bar before leaving, around the band area before leaving. Planned to go to the Albert's house to wish his nephew a happy birthday. Jenn drove them there. John didn't know where the Albert's house was. Everybody was hanging out at the house. His wife was playing some foolish video of It's Raining Men that had Jenn's sister in it. He never saw anybody go upstairs. Julie was going outside to talk to her brother. He does remember this. He offered to drive her and Sarah home because they didn't want to leave. They had just got there, so now they're all hanging out. Damn it, now I want to eat some cheese. I eat some damn cheese. So he offered to drive her and Sarah home, and someone referenced that another vehicle was out there. So he was like peeking out. He doesn't remember if he was out the window, if he went to the front door first. He did this multiple times. When Julie went outside, he looked outside. Doesn't remember door or window. He did see a dark SUV outside, parked right in front of the house. Outdoor to the left was another car blocking where Julie was, so he couldn't see the truck at the end of the driveway. But he did see that the Jeep was at the end of the driveway. He looked outside again, and he saw that the SUV had now parked up closer to the flagpole. Snow had just started falling. It was just a dusting of snow at this point. Remember, now they've been there for 10, 15 minutes at this point, and Higgins has already plowed the driveway for whatever reason, and now he's out there, and it's just snow's just sticking to the ground on Fairview. He looked out a third time, and now the car's past the flagpole down in front of the neighbor's house. And he could see that these weird tire marks in like a wave on the road. He didn't really understand them. Because remember, he's the one who talks about seeing what he thought was like a 3-point turn, a 2-point version of a 3-point turn. So he saw this weird V that was out there and how like somebody had turned around. So this is in just this bare little dusting of snow, barely anything, just starting to stick to the ground. He now has a V-shaped tire mark outside. And now the SUV is parked in front of the neighbor's house. So at this point, why isn't anybody going outside to tell them where to park or where the house is? If you see that they're in front of the house and now they've driven up to the next house, wouldn't you think, shit, they don't know which house it is? Somebody should probably go out there and get them. I don't know. I mean, that's just how I think. Jenn was trying to communicate with John about that he was there, like saying, hey, you're here, like you're at the right house, like just park behind me. He drove Sarah and Julie home. He's shown pics of the house. He points out that the Jeep is parked right by the mailbox. The SUV was in front of the Jeep, and the SUV moves up twice. That's weird. Jenn was so he's one of the very first people who actually puts that Jeep. Nicole almost did, but she didn't quite commit to it. But he's the first person who actually puts that Jeep on the street by the mailbox. So Jenn was talking about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on the way home. She was facing the girls towards the back. He was focused on the road and that it was snowing. and he saw nothing in the yard. He got home around 2:10, 2:15. His kids were all home. Jen went upstairs. He stayed in the kitchen, then up to bed. Jen was in bed when he went up there. She wanted to watch a show, and he was like a weird face, like I don't know why she would even think I wanted to watch that. Like I wanted nothing to do with that show, and he didn't. Morning of the 29th, he woke up to screams, and Jen's on the phone with Karen, and he could just hear Karen screaming that she couldn't find John, and that she last remembered him being at the Waterfall bar, and that she had broken her taillight or cracked her taillight. He was confused because he knows he saw the SUV at the Alberts, and Karen doesn't remember this. These are a couple different conversations that are kind of added into one here. Later, they get separated out. Eating cheese late at night is one of the most relatable things to me about this trial. Cheese. I felt like Matt and Jen came off as more upper class than the Alberts, or as we say, less white trash, but still liars. I didn't think any of them came off as really as white trashy, but it's so hard because we know so much about what's happened. I try really hard to just look at it like if I was a juror and I don't know any of these people or anything about this, why do they seem like such assholes? All of them. But I'm also thinking, why is Lolly putting him on the stand? We have no idea. We don't know what the jurors are actually thinking. Well, they probably would call the band to testify. Lolly probably has him on his witness list. Is his wife the dark-haired one with the weird teeth? She comes up next. C-Dub said, with the could I have gotten my period comment, I've been wondering if Karen could have been drugged. Ooh, C-Dub, we're sleuthy. This is Sleuthy and I were kind of coming up with this working theory while we were live one night about this drink. Oh, what if any Neil Diamond covers did you play that night? You know he would ask that too. You know he would. Hey, Sam's Rock Collection and more. Oh man, that's funny. So we were talking about that, C-Dub, though. We were kind of talking about what if Karen, because John ends up taking Karen's drink. If somebody had, about this. Let's look at C-Dub's comment, Sleuthy. Where'd C-Dub's comment go? Here. C-Dub said, with could I have gotten my period comment, I've been wondering if Karen could have been drugged. So we were talking about like if she has this drink and then he ends up taking it, could there have possibly been some type of something put in her drink and then he ends up drinking that something, and would that be tested for on an autopsy? This was a working theory, not something we had any proof of or anything. We were just trying to figure out, would they even test for this on an autopsy? Would it come up if there, I don't know. Like that could be something. Oh, they were wearing vests. They were. What if any vests were the band members sort of wearing that evening? You guys got to throw up the what if any. The what if any emoji. So he starts talking about that Karen's calling in the morning and that she's screaming and she's doing all this stuff. Well, this is two separate phone calls. So she calls Jen, and then remember, she leaves and she's out driving around the waterfall. And then she calls Jen again. And that's when she says that her taillight's broken. That's after she hits John's car in the driveway. Now, is her taillight actually broken from that? I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, the original testimony here is he's acting like she's saying that right when she calls. She's not. She's saying that on the second call. I'm here, what if any? It's the what if any's. Yeah, it doesn't show up on here. I wish it did. I wish StreamYard would fix that. Let me see. Peeked out. Okay, so Jenn on the phone with Karen heard her screaming. She couldn't find John. Last remembrance, but she did. But he doesn't understand what's wrong with her. Why she's over driving around the waterfall bar. That is how you know that conversation is the second conversation, because she's already out driving around the waterfall bar. Not when Kaylee called her, and this is when she's telling Jenn that her taillight is cracked. And then he's like, "You guys were at the Alberts. Like you guys went to Fairview. Like what are you talking about?" Now, I'm wondering if this could potentially be, which is another big thing, because Lolly's part of the Commonwealth theory here is that while Karen is out driving around, she actually goes to Fairview. She actually goes to where John's body was ultimately found. She did hit the car, but would it be, I think they're going to have to prove, the defense is going to have to prove that how she hit the car would have been able to crack her tail light in any which way, that her car would have lined up correctly. They're going to have to prove that. Off of some type of accident reconstructionist is going to have to prove it to a jury. That it could have cracked the tail. It's absolutely hit, but is it a tap and it couldn't have broken anything? That's what I'm saying. They're going to have to prove that to the jury. We can say what we want, but we're not on that jury. It's just our opinions. So Lolly's saying like she drove over to Fairview and then she went over to Jenn McCabe's. Well, what if she is going towards Fairview or is in the vicinity of Fairview, but she has no idea where this house is? So that's why she goes to Jenn McCabe's, is to get Jenn McCabe to take her back and show her where this house is. I don't know. I'm curious about when they're going to get there with, that's what I said. Like, I need more of the digital evidence outside of these waterfall witnesses. That's where I'm at. I need reconstructionists and tech people. That's what I'm waiting for. He said he was going to go out with his wife to look at like their mutual friends' houses and see if John had just like crashed on their couch. He said he didn't have to go with his wife because Karen ended up showing up at the house. She was screaming outside. He told Jenn to tell her to shut up so she didn't wake up the neighbors. He peeked out his window and he told Jenn he didn't want her driving around without a tail light. And the wording he uses here is kind of funky. And I know that when Bob and Jay were on, they kind of went back and forth on what that meant. To me, it was like a tail light was out, not like the tail light cover was broken. That's how I interpreted it. But I know that people in chat were going back and forth on what that meant. To me, I thought he was thinking the tail light is out. Just the light itself is out, is what she was saying. But then I thought, why does he care if they're driving around with the light out when they all have no problem driving around drunk? Like, nobody cares that anybody's drunk. No, she's not a troll. She just has a different opinion. And she's very vocal about it. But I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, oh, we can all drive drunk, but do not get in that car. It has a taillight out. And he says that he even starts trying to call John himself, but obviously John's not answering. Says Jenn called and told him that they had found John. So he got up, finished getting dressed, and he drove over to the Alberts. It was snowing. He says Carrie Roberts was there. Carrie said she was going to leave to go pick up John's parents. And he went inside the house. Inside was the Alberts, Jenn, and Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank. All three just looked like they were like shocked. He says Lank asked him to step outside to chat. This is different than Lank's version, FYI, because Lank says that when he was already inside, had come outside, and when he sees Matt show up, that's when he goes back up to the door. So it's a little different. Does it matter? Don't know. He said the troopers ended up coming over to his house, which was Proctor and Buchnick. He makes sure to say Buchnick's name right, and he's like, did I say that right? It made me think, did they have a conversation about what Julie did with the bukkake? Did they talk about that? What's up, Lynn? One time she was in rehab was in 2015. I think if I remember correctly, you can ask Karen herself about that. I'm not talking to Karen. I have no idea whether she was in rehab. I don't even know if that will matter in this trial. I don't know if that would matter. And once again, you take everything from what we know beforehand, it ultimately won't make it into the trial. You got to remember that. So if they have somebody on there that talks about something like that, that's different. Then it can be something that's relevant to the jury. But as of right now, it ain't. Go figure. So, but I don't think, I'm fine if you think that she's guilty. I could care less. But I mean, I don't want you to be mean to anybody else that doesn't think that or is on the fence about it. And I don't have any idea. I don't want to spread any type of misinformation either. So I don't know anything about her being in rehab or any type of addiction issues. And I'm not asking her myself. I have no intention of getting personally involved in any of that. I have nothing to do with it. So anyway, the troopers come to his house. He says he did not know them, had never met the troopers before. And a couple of days later, other troopers came to his house and they were interviewing him and his wife in separate places. Yeah, I mean, if there is something, I would think that we would know about it, but I don't know. How did John O'Keefe get killed? I always thought the dog, but I don't, after the trial so far, I don't know. What if it is just somebody said it earlier in the chat. What if it's just some weird freak accident? He gets out of the car and he slips and falls and then hits his head and he stands back up like, oh shit, I hit my head. This was one that we were talking about last week. Like if he's walking to the front of the house, slips and hits his head on one of the steps and he's like, shit, I hit my head. Oh crap, it's bleeding. And then he goes back to go to the car, but he doesn't realize how bad he's hurt himself, starts throwing up on himself. That's how he gets vomit on his clothes, and then ends up falling over right there on his way back to the car where Karen is parked. And if he falls over right there and it's right next to like those bushes or whatnot, what if he just falls into that? Yeah, we still have no medical examiner yet. But then why all the lying and covering up? I know, Teresa. This is one of those that I'm just like, what the? Maybe the lying and covering up has something to do with something else. Maybe they have a lot of skeletons. I don't know. I hate it. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. If she was drugged, depending on what it was, it could be out of her system by the time she was tested. GHB. Yep. GHB type of thing. Lolly hasn't even shown that John's dead yet. No, they had him in the ambulance so far. We don't have any doctors that worked on him. We got nothing. I heard that, but I do think the period comment seems more like drugs than MS. Yeah, every family has skeletons, especially these families run deep. First time here, I think, listening and waiting for day 14. We're on day 14 right now, so we got day 15 starts tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. And welcome to the channel, Constance. If Karen was drugged, she wouldn't have been able to drive home. But not if she doesn't say she doesn't finish the drink, Shaggy. What if she just takes a little bit of the drink? It would kind of explain why she doesn't remember the entire night, and the last thing she remembers is going to the waterfall. So she doesn't consume the whole thing, but then he takes the whole thing because he finishes her drink. That's the cocktail glass he walks out with. No, that's not the theory. I don't think everything was planned. I don't think it has anything to do with that. They would mean this family has bad luck if they are innocent. Well, we know there's provable things that they lie about. And it doesn't make sense to lie about some of the shit they lie about if they didn't do anything wrong. Like the instinct can't be, just to go on there and just say, I don't have this, or I do have this when I don't, or I did do this when I didn't. No, so far we've only heard that from now Matt and Jenn have essentially both said that we wondered about this though when we were going over it pre-trial. Like, why did she leave John's house and go to the waterfall? If she knows that he's not at the waterfall, I don't, why would she go back there? That means, like, does she really not remember? The other thing is it's not unheard of. It's not, once again, you got to talk about probable versus possible. It's not unheard of that cops think they have the right person and they enhance the evidence to support that they have the right person. So they may think they have the right person, and there still could be some type of collusion and conspiracy. John drugged, that's a new one. No, that's literally not John. We have no idea whether John was drugged or not. I have no idea whether Karen was drugged or not. I literally was just putting out something that we had considered. Could it be possible? Because if he never makes it in the house, maybe he doesn't even, the complete accident of him falling and why she doesn't remember. It was just putting some things out there because everybody testified that she did not seem intoxicated. He did not seem overly intoxicated. So trying to put things together, what would make sense? That was just a theory. There's nothing like that in evidence. Nothing like that has been presented in this trial. Please be clear on that. I don't want people to walk away thinking that's what happened. I'm just saying we're trying to put pieces together of how things could happen based on the theories we're being presented. So cross-examination is Yannetti. I was going to call him Yeti. Nobody has her blood test right now, Nima. You're looking at it like a person who knows all the things. Stop looking at it like that and think of it like somebody who knows nothing, and all you're hearing is what you know now, what you've been told in this trial. Stop thinking of everything that you know or heard prior and go with just that. And then see where things lie. Because it's very different. So January 22nd, he was actually at the hillside. He's going to be Yeti tomorrow. I know. I just want to call him Yeti. It's just so much easier. Yeah, I think so too, Sleuthy. It's in the evidence. It's not in the evidence. That's what I'm telling you. No evidence of her being intoxicated has been presented to this jury at this time. You have to take away the stuff that you know from before and think about what the jury knows. The jury doesn't know that. The jury's not heard anything about that. The jury knows nothing about how many drinks she's even had at this point. All we've heard is that she brought in a clear liquid from C.F. McCarthy's when she entered Waterfall. A glass with a clear liquid in it. She snuck it in. That's it. That's the only thing we know. We don't have any idea how much she's drank yet. We don't have any idea what her blood alcohol level is. We don't know any of that yet. There was one bar tab. We don't even have the C.F. McCarthy's bar tab. Okay. So Yannetti on cross. And so on January 22nd, he was actually at the hillside with Jenn, and he ran into John and Karen. Didn't see any problems with them. Remember, Brian Albert also testified to this, that he was at the hillside and also ran into them same night. When he was at the waterfall, the mood was happy. Everybody's enjoying each other. John was happy. Kaylee got accepted. John was drinking beer. Karen was drinking a clear liquid. Nobody was fighting. He went to and testified at the grand jury in 2022. Remember, 2022 grand jury is Karen's grand jury for her indictment. Said that in that testimony, he said that John and Karen were not intoxicated. Brian and Brian Higgins were playing grab ass. And he's like, do you mean to tell me that right now your testimony is that they were grabbing each other's asses? I was like, come on, Yannetti. I know he had to do it, but I was like, you know what grab ass is. He's like, oh, grab ass. He's like, no, it's just like they're horsing around, like they're messing around. Era's pop up in here. Hey. Miss Smith saying because the investigation is so bad, so many things are questioned because of them. That's where at the beginning of my life, I'm like, how did they even get this in front of a jury to begin with? That's the craziest crap to me, with the way that there's so much of this investigation that's just like WTF. I did see an old interview with Karen, and she said she had 4 drinks. Yeah, but the Commonwealth says she had 9. But once again, we don't know that yet. Not here. So if we're just trying to play both sides of what Lolly thinks and what the defense is trying to do, that's where we're at. Oh, it's fine, Nima. It's kind of all over. I know. I'm trying to think of it like them, and then coming up with like what could have happened. At the same time, I'm also theorizing on how could this have happened in this way, and what testimony, for me personally, would I need to sway me one direction or the other. Carry beyond tomorrow. Lady Claymore, sneaking in. He's sneaky. It seems like all the parties drink often and a lot. Yeah, and then you have all their next generation doing the same thing, except for whatever reason, the kids in the town seem to have designated drivers driving around picking people up and dropping people off. It's almost like I almost wish they would have asked if, like, because she's like, well, I'm dropping other people off right now. Like, is that a thing? Like, do they pick like designated drivers and it switches and so that other ones can drink? I don't know. It was really weird. Yeah. Chris Albert's like, nah, I'm on a diet. Let's do fireball shots. They don't worry about those DUIs. Just the underage drinkers are the ones that are actually the responsible getting a designated driver. Blah, 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 blah. So they're playing grab ass, and he says he does remember them being like in a bear hug. So we're going back to that. Doesn't mean anything to me, fight at the waterfall, but I think they're reaching with that. Jenn drove to the Alberts. She parked in the driveway, and Karen was not there yet. Higgins' Jeep was parked by the mailbox, not blocking the driveway. Never saw Higgins move his Jeep at all. He saw the SUV out in front of the house. On January 29th, Proctor interview, and in Proctor's interview, he said he saw the SUV right out of the residence. They banter back and forth, and Matt's like laughing, and then Yannetti's like, is this funny to you? And then Matt gets like super serious, and he's like, no, not at all. Not after 2 years of misery. And Yannetti's like, well, you keep laughing. And and Matt's like, well, you keep asking me the same question over and over again. And then Yannetti, I think, kind of slips up here too, because I don't think this was a good call. And he's like, I'm trying to get an answer, and you won't give it to me. This could have been interpreted 2 ways. Like, I'm trying to get a specific answer, and you're not giving me the answer I want, or I'm just trying to get you to answer the damn question, and yet you're talking in circles. So there was definitely some frustration in this exchange, but he's like laughing and like chuckling, and like he keeps doing this like weird like head back thing. What? Like what? No, of course not. Like, I don't know. It was very weird. I think his facial expressions just were very odd. Doesn't remember exact words he told Proctor. He remembers saying that the SUV moved about 15 to 20 feet. He did not notice tire tracks on the ground before the SUV. He did not see John in the vehicle when he looked outside. The second time he looked out, the SUV had moved up. Car was in 3 locations total. He never saw any damage any time he saw the SUV. He does see these V-shaped weird tracks out there. he says are consistent with a 3-point turn. He can't say what it was, just that it was V-shaped. John had texted his wife. John had texted Jen, not John's wife. I should probably clarify that. And Jen called him. John was planning on going to the Alberts, talk to John again when John needed more directions. Based on the directions, he thought John was coming from Chapman, not Cedar Crest. Yannetti tries to point out, like, well, that would be why you thought there had to be a 3-point turn or even a 2-point V turn in order to get the car in the position that you saw it facing. Like, you use this V-shaped markings in this dusting of snow to rationalize in your mind how they got from one street to being facing that same street. Like, they would have had to have turned around. But yet you didn't know at the time when you were telling this story that they didn't come from that way. They actually came from Cedar Crest. So your Chapman turnaround makes no sense anymore. The original theory was that she hit him with they called it a 2-point, and I'm probably not quoting it correctly, but it was like a 2-point version of a 3-point turn, which is why Matt saw this V-shape in the snow. Was that's how she had hit him. Well, then they come to find out they actually had come from Cedar Crest and she left towards Chapman. So there would have been no need for a 3-point turn. So then the theory changed to she pulled 60 feet ahead and was parked in front of the neighbor's house and reversed at 24.2 miles an hour, going straight backwards, and that's when she hit him. And so then his testimony now is he saw her car move up that third time to being in front of the house, the neighbor's house, because the Commonwealth needs that car to be in front of the neighbor's house before it backs up to hit him to get to the 60 feet. That's a big point. Whether they came from Chapman or Cedar Crest, it does make sense she did a 3-point turn. It only makes sense if they came from Chapman. Right. If they can show on that car how he got those injuries, I think the rest will work itself out. But they also have to bring the experts on that a jury will believe. Well, I probably should correct myself. He didn't see the car move. But he did see the car moved. It was already moved. But now I lost what I was saying. That's the timeline I have. It's off of all the data pre-trial. Hold on. I'll be right back. Now the kids just got home from school, so the dogs went crazy. So sorry about that. So I have the timeline, the visual timeline of this is just from the data pre-trial. So this is the whole morning, everything from data from that morning. So I'm going to try to create this into a link. I'll try to make it a link and put it in the description. All right, sorry about that. Let me see. Now I lost where I was. Oh, we were talking about the 3-point turn. Had not spoken to Ryan. Okay, this is the whole, like, he didn't know that he'd actually come from Cedar Crest, so they wouldn't need to make a 3-point turn. If they came, they would just pull straight up. Asked if he's talked to his family about the case. He doesn't really have a solid answer. Oh, well, thank you, Island Girl. I need him for my own brain, because then I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? Proctor and Buchanan came to his house on the 29th. He went upstairs when his wife was interviewed, so that they, like, talking about that they did things the same, like they did things the right way by protocol, by not interviewing witnesses together. When he had driven home that night, he had his wife and Sarah and Julie. The lawn is straight out. He never saw a hat, never saw a shoe, never saw any broken pieces of taillight, never saw a man, but he says that he wishes that he did. He doesn't remember going back into the house because, remember, I think it was Sarah Levinson actually testified that Matt had forgotten his jacket, so he had to run back in the house. He doesn't remember that, doesn't remember having to go back in the house. He pulled out of the driveway. He was facing toward Chapman, which we've gone through this video. If you pull out of that driveway, you can see that lawn pretty damn clear. But he was not looking that direction, so he's facing toward Chapman. He never heard Julie say anything about a black blob. Never heard her mention it, wasn't paying attention to her. His wife was talking to the girls, he says. Like, I wasn't focused on that. I was just driving. He woke up to the screaming that Karen Reed, and then Karen Reed ended up in the driveway, screaming at, just kept screaming Jenn. Most of these people who have testified, just like Matt and Jenn, are saying, like, she just kept screaming Jenn over and over and over again. And then when Jenn testifies, she says that Karen just keeps screaming Jenn and Carrie over and over and over again. Couldn't really make out any other words while she was screaming. His wife, when he got to the Alberts house, it was his wife and the Alberts and Sergeant Lake were in the Alberts house when he arrived around 7 a.m. He says that days after the 29th, Jenn himself, Brian and Nicole, February 1st, were watching what investigators were doing. So they have this text message thread. His text messages with the four of them, and he happens to drive by the house on February 1st, and he sees that there's troopers. The text message says that there's troopers back out front of Asian house. So he refers to the house as the Asian house. They're going through these text messages. This is when he says, I might need glasses. No one asked, like, so obviously Yanetti's saying, no, none of you asked for any clarification on this Asian house, meaning you all know and you all refer to this house as the Asian house. Trying to throw some racism in there. I don't know if that really worked. I mean, it could have been the Asian people's house, the Asian house. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know if I would have texted like that. So Brian asked, like, right now, and he's like, yeah, like right now. And he said, I'm trying to get a picture so that I can, like, send it to you guys so you can see what they're doing. Like, they're digging up more of, like, the snow. He needs a flashlight to read the screenshots. They end up putting the screenshots up on the screen. The text refer to Carrie Roberts being interviewed, and he was giving Brian, like, let me see if I saved this. I might have saved it on my phone, actually. Yeah, 2 Asian jurors. Who knows how that hit? Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. I think I saved this on my phone. So they're talking about Carrie Roberts' interview. How he knows that this is happening or what's being said is problematic for the Commonwealth, in my opinion. So Matt McCabe is saying, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment just came up, or it was just the whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor. And Brian says, I hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact. And Brian says, but this is still Brian, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them. And then Matt says, ask Chris, to ask some questions. And he adds, tell them the guy never went into the house. And then Brian says, exactly. So there's definitely some distancing here where he doesn't give two shit. Like he's saying, like, I wish that I had like gone and I wish I had seen John. And you've got Brian who testified, like, I wish the cops had come in. I wish that I knew he was out there. But here you have them, they won't even say his name. Tell them the guy never went into the house. And Brian's like, exactly. And then I hope they don't think she's making things up after the fact. The whole dead thing was just told. How does he know that? How does he know that that's being told? How does he know that Carrie just said that? So somebody's with Carrie and relaying this information to him, or he's with Carrie. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't make a lot of sense. He shouldn't know what's being said. And then they don't say John's name. I thought this was a very bad look. This was very bad look for Matt and for Brian. For people who are saying they don't think about the investigation, they don't talk about the investigation, they know nothing about the investigation because it had nothing to do with them. February 1st, they're taking pictures of investigators outside. They're texting each other about each other's interviews and what's being said in the interviews. But yet they're saying they didn't even get involved in any of it because it had nothing to do with them until social media in 2023. You see what I mean? Like, that's weird. Could you grab me a Dr. Pepper, please? It did die? Aww. One of our fishies died. Thank you. Well, it's been our fish now. Some friends of ours, or technically a friend of Kaylee's, their family's moving, and so they asked us to take their fish, and now one of their fish died. So I thought that was a really bad look. Why are they so involved, but yet testifying that they're not actually paying any attention because they don't care about this? It has nothing to do with them. Like, they feel bad that John died, but it's not really about them. So then we have redirect, and Lolly comes up and he's like, John never went in the house. She's like, no, John was never in the house. Chris was never in the house. Nope, Chris was never in the house. Discussed John's death with his family. Yes. John was his friend. Yes. Never told anyone what to say. No one told him what to say. He was focused on the SUV, not on the pickup truck, so he wasn't paying attention to where the pickup truck was. Rest in peace, Fishy. I know. Did not see John or anyone in the SUV. Didn't see Karen. Didn't see John. Didn't see anybody. He did not hear Julie Nagel make the comment about there being a black object. He doesn't remember why he drove by 34 Fairview on February 1st to see this. What he meant by being dug up was they were digging in the snow. How could they not? They said they're not involved. I don't care if they're involved. I don't care if they want to know what happened. There's a guy that was dead on their front porch. They all testified saying they weren't involved and that they didn't really think about it until they were being called names on social media. I didn't say that. They did. Doesn't remember why he drove by there on the February 1st, that they were digging up snow, not digging up ground. Jenn was giving directions to, this is another little side dig at Karen, I think, about jealousy. So Jenn is giving directions to John and Karen on how to get to 34 Fairview on the night of the 28th, well, early morning hours of the 29th. And he's saying, like, telling John, it's like by Bella's house, like, for reference. Like, they know Bella is the same age as the girls, but John also used to date Bella's mom. So they make sure they throw that out there, and maybe, like, this causes the fight, that they're like, Bella, who's Bella? And then he's like, I used to date her mom. And she's like, oh my gosh. And then she goes into this huge jealous fit. Don't know. Have no idea. There's nobody that can prove that except for Karen. And obviously John's dead, so he can't testify to that. Karen was asked if she was going to take the stand, and she said she hadn't decided yet. She was asked that by reporters outside. So then on recross, which I don't have re on here for some reason, just said he never told anybody what to tell investigators. So in regards to the text, he was talking about that the news had come to the pizza place, and he was saying that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house. And that was it. Just tell him the guy never came in the house. Like, leave us alone. Guy never came in. We don't know anything. She doesn't have to take the stand, Pippi. Yeah, you're right. But she said when she was asked, and she was like, yeah, I don't know yet. We'll see how things go, or something like that. JC Hash, everyone understood what the text said. Yes, hold on. I think this is in regards to another comment. Max, yes, he didn't have his belt on. In the videos, you can see he had a belt on. Nobody's brought up the belt yet. Nobody's brought up that it's missing. Nobody's brought up that it's in evidence. Nobody's talked about the belt yet. It's the craziest thing. Oh, to the family with the loss of the fish. Constance. We'll have to have a little Flushing funeral. It absolutely is. Okay. So, we did Matt McCabe. Let's see what you guys thought of him. Oh, this is actually closer to Allie. Okay. 85% do not think that Matt McCabe was a believable witness. 15% think he was. I thought he was kind of shysty. Dishonest? I don't know. He was aloof and evasive on a lot of things, and then he got a little argumentative. But the weird laughing and face thing, I don't know how that's going to rub people. I don't know how that's going to rub the jurors. The Asian comment, now realizing that there's 2 Asians on the jury, are they going to be like, are they going to care? Are they going to be like, well, I don't know, we say we pull up, in front of the White House. I don't know, or the Caucasian house. I don't know what, I don't know. Never know how that could go. So this is closer to Allie. More people believed Matt McCabe than believed Colin Albert. But less people believed Matt McCabe than believed Allie. So far right now, Allie is the one that is the believable one, according to this chat. Mostly believable, not actually believable. Mostly believable. All right, we got one more. Let's do it. Let's do this one. We only have half of this one so far. And this is why tomorrow is going to be spicy. Tomorrow, we have Jennifer McCabe on cross. On Friday, we had her on direct. So we are going to go through that. So was Jennifer McCabe believable? Let's do A. I think this is going to be a hard answer because we don't have cross yet. So I can see that this one could be skewed, but it's okay. Okay, here we go. Sleepy. It's Christmas Eve tonight. Jen's best bet is to pretend to faint till court is out, because I think she will. I think she will be able to keep. She probably. I think you're saying won't be able to. Your buddies are going down. We don't even know that they're friends. She could just believe that. She could just believe the Commonwealth. It's okay to believe the Commonwealth. Most people have faith that the right person is arrested. That's not uncommon. The missing clothes. So testimony-wise, we don't know where the clothes are. Last we see clothes is in the photo of John's hospital room with the clothes on the floor. We've heard that the clothing is actually placed inside of Proctor's trunk and not logged into evidence for a while. But that's not in testimony yet. So the jurors don't know any of that. As of right now, there's no testimony about John's clothes besides what he was wearing when he was at Waterfall. That's it. And the weird, funky paramedic who thought there was some big puffy jacket that was going to make a mess. And then we all figured out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Okay. All right. She was on there for a while. So I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can to get through just some of the basic stuff. of can't talk about the feds, Eva. There's no feds, remember? I know when 21% believability is winning. It's like the most believable out of all of them. Okay, so she's lived in Canton her whole life. She lives with her husband and her 4 girls. On the 28th, she met up with some parents before the game. Then they went to the game. Then they went to the waterfall. People were at the waterfall. And the order of the arrival of people at the waterfall is just getting so redundant at this point. That's the one thing everybody pretty much agrees on is how everybody showed up at the... Lisa Lee, you're messing up the whole boat. No, I'm just joking. It's okay. But everybody agrees on when everybody showed up at the waterfall, surprisingly. I don't know, except for Tristan. Tristan doesn't know when he got there and doesn't know when he left. He doesn't know anything about anything. Other than that, everybody knows that they all went to the waterfall. She's known John for about 10 years. She's friends because John's niece and her daughter went to school together. They played sports together. John introduced her to Karen in July of 2020 because they both had MS. She really liked Karen. She felt like she connected with her. John did discuss his relationship sometimes, but it was mostly just like about how like Karen was doing. She said Karen brought a glass with her into waterfall. The glass had ridges, had a clear liquid in it, and she knew that they had been at CF McCarthy's prior. She drank beer that night and thinks John did too. Doesn't remember if Karen got a new drink at the waterfall. She spoke to Karen about Dunkin' Donuts and spoke to John about Kaylee's school. And for whatever reason, I was like, why do they care so much about Dunkin' Donuts in this place? And then I realized that the headquarters of Dunkin' Donuts is in Canton. And I was like, no wonder Dunkin' Donuts is such a big deal. John was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, no jacket. Karen wanted to go to the pizza place to eat, and Chris said another time because he was on a diet. Brian Jr. ended up not showing up because he struggles with anxiety and was having a hard time at that time. Brian Sr. said he was going to go home. Anyone was welcome to come. Karen and John said they were going to come. Told Karen to come with her because the guys were still in the bar. It had just started to snow. So she was like, they're going to take forever. Like, just come with me. And then probably not realizing she had drove and not John. Boston loves their Dunkin' Donuts. Well, now I know why. I mean, not the Dunkin' Donuts is bad. It's just, I don't know, Callie's more of a Starbucks. We like our Starbucks out here. Told Karen to come with her. Okay, so they talked to John twice on the phone to give him directions. It's only about 5 minutes from the waterfall to the Albert's residence. She told him to drive by Bella's street, and John had dated Bella's mom. She's known Brian Albert Sr. since she was in kindergarten. She pulled in, parked in the driveway. They got there at about 12:20. Sarah, Brian Jr., Julie, Nicole, Brian Sr., and Brian Higgins were all there. She sat at the table, talked to Brian Jr., Sarah, and Julie, showed them a video of what her husband considered a foolish video of one of her sisters singing It's Raining Men. She knows Colin since he was born about a week apart from Allie, and they're all friends. John never came in the house. She left the house about 1:45. She didn't see anyone go upstairs. She never saw anyone go downstairs. Just Julie going outside. She was gone just a few minutes. Her nephew said there was a car out there, so she went to the front door. She saw the dark SUV, so she texted John. She knew John had an SUV and an old-fashioned car. She knew that Karen had the Lexus SUV. She never saw anyone exit the vehicle, but she could tell it was running. She saw the headlights. She saw the taillights. She did not see a dome light. Julie has dog sat for her, and she only knew of Sarah a little bit. She's shown the screenshots of text messages between her and John. At 12:27, she texts John here. 12:31, she texted him, pull behind me. And then she said that was after the car had moved forward. At 12:40, she says hello. She doesn't remember if the car was still out front at that time. At 12:42, she says, where are you? 12:45, she says hello. And that's the last time she texted him that night. At 4:59, she texted him, please answer. 4:59 again, she says, Karen is worried and we need to find you. Thought that was a weird way to say that, but that was just my personal opinion. At 5:04, she says, please answer so I know you're okay. She never sees anyone exit the car, never saw John come inside, John never answered. John call, all no. John never called. Okay. all no to those. John, come inside? No. John, answer the phone? No. Did you see anyone exit the car? No. And she knows that the SUV was facing Chapman. Because remember, it came from Cedar Crest and is now facing Chapman. 12:14 and 12:18 a.m. was when she was on the phone with John giving him the directions. She's shown a picture of the house. She says the SUV was straight out the front door. He asked her, where did you think that they had gone? She said, I don't know. I thought maybe they'd gotten in an argument or Kaylee called or they just changed their minds. She wasn't sure. She just figured out they weren't coming. As she left out the 12:29 call that John answers per both of their phone extractions. Right. She said Matt drove them home. The girls were in the back. She was facing backwards. They talked about the bread. They exited the driveway towards Chapman. They dropped off Julie, then Sarah. Got home after 2 a.m. They went upstairs to bed. Husband came up soon after because he needed to eat cheese. She asked him if he wanted to watch a show. He said no. So she ended up getting on. She was laying down, and she ended up getting on her phone, and she was researching a basketball team. She said that she texted her sisters in a group chat, and then she texted in a group chat that had Matt and another individual. So supposedly one of her daughters was being asked to join this basketball team, so she was doing research on this basketball team. Now, we know at that time, not brought up in court yet, but we know at that time that she's taking screenshots, she is sending text messages, and then she's deleting screenshots and deleting text messages. So are those the text messages that she deleted? I don't know. I think we'll find out more tomorrow. She had an iPhone and an Apple Watch. Sometimes she sleeps with the watch on. This is going to come up because, like I said, it hasn't come up yet, but tomorrow, look for this. It's going to come up because she has activity on her watch essentially all night long, except for like an hour. And I'm not precise on the time, but it's like an hour and a half, maybe. She said Kaylee called her at 4:53 in the morning. John didn't come home, and Karen wanted to talk to her. She said she could hear Karen in the background screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen. Karen said that she'd gotten in a fight with John and left him at the waterfall, and she kept screaming Jen over and over. Matt ended up waking up. She thought maybe John walked home. I don't know why I wrote walked home with John. Walked home with Chris because they left the waterfall at the same time. So she was going to call Julie to see. She did call Julie. Julie did not answer. That call is talked about when Julie was on the stand. Matt says, we saw them outside of your sister's house. She didn't have, she didn't leave him anywhere. We saw them outside of your sister's house. So apparently Jen didn't remember that, and Matt had to remind her. That's also interesting. So at that point, she did not have Karen's number or vice versa. That's why Kaylee is the one that's making the call, because Kaylee had Jen's number from the kids. Don't be trolling. Nobody better be trolling. Don't be trolling. They trolling. They hating. Matt says we saw them outside your sister's house. Okay. So she gets back in touch with Karen and tells her that they saw her in front of the Alberts. Karen said she doesn't remember going there. Karen said she busted her taillight. Karen said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Jen says Karen sounded crazy, irrational. Says again that they had gotten in a fight. She said it was really hard to understand her, so she tried thinking, like, where could he be? She thought maybe with another male friend. If they had gotten in a fight, thought maybe John went to this guy's house near Fairview to sleep on the couch. This is Tom Beatty that we know that she ends up calling throughout that morning. We didn't really know why, but apparently Tom Beatty doesn't live far from Fairview, and so she thinks that maybe it's possible that he just walked over there because he knows where he lives and slept on his couch. So she calls Tom, no answer. She figures she needs to go out and look for John. When they're getting ready to leave, Karen shows up out front screaming, so she goes out front. She saw her SUV out there. She told Matt she was going to go with Karen. Another car pulls up along with a plow coming by. So Carrie Roberts was in the car that pulled up. She drove Karen's car. So Jenn drives Karen's car because Karen's hysterical. Now, mind you, if she doesn't think that she can drive, even if she does drive by 34 Fairview and doesn't remember where it is or who or what's out there, she could have just been hysterical and not known anything. I mean, she seems like she's completely losing her shit. Now, the question is it rational that she's losing her shit? Or is it so common that he would be home that it is rational because their relationship, there's no way he would not answer his phone, even if they'd gotten in a fight. Like, she obviously knows him, so maybe she's thinking, yeah, this doesn't make any sense, and I should be freaked out because I know he would never, ever, ever do this. I'm just going with what she said, Miss Smith. I'm just going with what she said. I just wrote down that's her testimony. I often startle when someone says Aaron because it sounds like they're saying Aaron. The I sound often even more pronounced. I imagine John and Jenn also often sound too familiar. That's true. Hey, True Crime Fangirl. It's okay, True Crime Fangirl. We're going to do, when we're done with Karen Reed, we're going to do Delphi. I'm going to take a potty break, and then we'll start a Delphi live. So, don't make fun of people. Unless you're making fun of me and my singing, then I guess it's okay. I'll forgive you. Right. We don't know what's true and what's not right now. There's so many different things that don't add up. Okay, so so she says that she drives Karen's car back to John's house because Karen's hysterical. Carrie's following behind. She said Carrie called while they were driving, and Karen's just screaming that she cracked the tail light. They need to go to Fairview. She's screaming, Jenn, Carrie. Carrie tells her to shut up. I was like, Jesus. She tells her to shut up. Jenn says she had met Carrie once before after John took them to a Reeboks because he got a discount there, and then took them all out to lunch at the hillside. She'd never talked to Carrie on the phone before that. So this was the first time. She said they backed out of her own driveway, didn't notice the camera in the center console. But remember, during the jury visit, we were the viewing, we were asking why Lolly wanted them to pay attention. They wanted him to pay it. They wanted the jury to pay attention to the center console in Karen's car. So we were like, is it because of the camera, or like why do they need to pay attention to that? Like, whatever it is removed anyway. So I don't know. So I think that's interesting because now they're like, did you see that you were driving your car? Did you notice that there was a camera in the center console? She says no. So I'm wondering where they're going with that and why they keep bringing it up. So both cars went to John's. Karen shows them the cracked taillight. She saw the missing pieces, and then there was snow inside there. This is problematic because Lolly plays the video of the Ring camera of John's house, and you can see them getting out of the car. She says the garage door was open. So now we know that Karen left the garage door open. And remember when his friend, oh my gosh, why can't I think of his name? Michael Capitano. Why do I think I'm saying it wrong? Was talking about that he did the whole sweep. He did the sweep of the getting the snow out of the garage for him because he knew that John wouldn't like that. So Karen obviously left the garage door open. So they just get right out of the car and they walk inside. They just walk straight into the house. Nobody goes to look at any taillight. Yeah, Lolly destroyed her credibility all on his own. Like, he shows this, and it's like, she didn't... Camerano. Thank you. I'm like, why can I not think of that guy's name? There's nobody looking at any taillight. Like, if they had that video, Lolly should have shown that. Like, look, here they are. Here's Karen showing them this cracked taillight. That doesn't happen. So it's weird that he showed this video. I don't know. Said Karen's showing them the cracked taillights, so they see the missing pieces with the snow, and Carrie is yelling at Karen that she is crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything. Because Karen just keeps saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then they show the picture of John's house, the picture of the garage, kept his old car in the garage. It said John was very meticulous. John had told her years before that he had gotten a ring camera. He was excited about it, I guess. They went into John's via the garage, not normally open, mudroom and garage, take off their shoes, because that's what John's rule was. And then they throw out here that Karen did not take off her shoes, though. Even though that was John's rule, Karen just went straight into the house. They don't know where Karen went when she went inside. They have no idea what she was doing, but her and Carrie were looking through the rooms. She ends up stopping in to check on Kaylee, who said that Patrick was at a sleepover, and she starts to kind of tear up here, and she's like, I told Kaylee, like, I promise we're going to find John, and everything's going to be okay. She said the three ladies then get in Carrie's car, and they drive over to Fairview. Jenn is in the passenger seat, and Karen is in the back seat. Said it was dark out. It was snowing a lot, but Karen just kept screaming their names. Like, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Jenn, could I have hit him? Carrie, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie telling Karen to shut up and to sit back and buckle up, because she was sitting apparently in between the seats, because she's like looking like outside, like trying to pay attention for things. And so again, Carrie tells her to shut up and sit back, and that she's crazy. I'm like, these are not the people. These are not the people you really want to go to if you're in a crisis. Like, how is everybody's just telling her to shut up? I mean, I get it, because sometimes when people are hysterical, like that's when people like get smacked, because it's like to snap them back into reality when you're just losing it. But I don't know. She just seems to be a disaster, and then everybody just keeps yelling at her to shut up. Let me see. Carrie telling Karen to shut up, sit back, buckle up, look for John. She said it was just chaotic. Asking if John could be at Bella's house. So she says Karen starts talking about whether John's at Bella's house, because years before that he dated her mom. So like, could he have gone there? I don't know if this was meant to sound like Karen was saying it out of jealousy, because if the next sentence is the way that it comes out, because I don't know, I read this very weird, or I listened to this, it was very weird, because it's almost like this is like she's saying it like out of jealousy, like would he be at her house? I almost take it with the next sentence like it's because he knows Bella and knows Bella's mom. Could that have been a house that he would have gone and slept on the couch, just like Tom Beatty's house? I don't know. Because the next thing is Carrie's talking about, could John have been with another woman that John had dated? So it doesn't seem like, if Karen's super jealous and freaking out that he's like over at some other chick's house, that Carrie's going to bring up the fact that maybe he's not at that chick's house, but at another chick's house. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It just didn't make sense to me. She said Karen was completely irrational. She's showing the photo of Karen's taillight. The second pic, it's hard to tell what it is. Oh, I saved those. I could not on the live stream tell what the hell that picture was. Hold on. Where did I put it? This one. I hate that this does that. Is this like, this is just supposed to be the dent? I don't know. I could not really understand exactly what I was looking at here. Like, is this supposed to be, I couldn't really understand what I was looking at. Can you guys I don't really understand this angle. Is this above it? Is this flipped? Is this supposed to be, I don't know. I couldn't tell. Yeah, there's a lot of jealousy going on. It's weird. A basketball team that plays out in the freezing cold. It's upright. It is a horrible picture. I was like, I cannot make this out. All right, so it's what is behind the light. Well, this is the light. I don't know. Like I said, maybe a dent, but the tail light looks fine. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't either. I could not really understand the angle of this at all. And then this weird reflection did not help. I was just, and then I was like, okay, well, what the hell is this up here? Is that a door? Is that the back of the car? Or what the hell am I looking at? I don't know. I could not. Looks like there's a reflection in the back window. I could not understand it. So I was hoping that maybe you guys could tell me. This is the only thing that I see, but I don't know in relation to what. Tara Boom, you just called her a Dementor. I love that. It's a little Harry Potter right there. I know you meant demeanor, but I don't know. I couldn't tell. Anyway, so I saved it, and I was like, I'm going to ask you guys when we go over this, because I was like, I don't even know. Yeah. All right, see, now I lost my spot. So the ring footage of Karen, we talked about that. Herself and Carrie arriving at John's. They show her that police dash cam that we were supposed to have like this big like ta-da moment when the dash cam pulled into John's driveway and you could see the Lexus and I couldn't see anything with a broken taillight. So they show her that just to confirm that that's where she parked the car, and she says yeah. And then confirming which taillight Karen showed her. I don't know why they didn't just show that on the video. There's a video and you can see that better. All right, I'll have to try to match it up. I just couldn't tell the angling of it. I was like, this is just awkward. It's weird. So they got to Fairview from Chapman, and they pulled up, and Karen was screaming, there he is, there he is, there he is. And she was like banging on the door to get out. She said she saw nothing. She said Karen got out of the car, and Carrie looked at her and said, she is batshit crazy. So Karen runs towards John. Karen lifts up her shirt and lifts up John's shirt and lays on him, like trying to get him warm, like exchange her body heat. So Carrie started removing snow from John's face. Now they show the dash cam of Officer Seraph, who pulls up behind Carrie's vehicle, and you can see the women out in front of it. So they talk about that for a minute. She just says she couldn't believe what she was seeing. When she got out of the car, she just froze. She called 911. Carrie, and it's interesting because they make it like they have Matt explain like how his wife is the one who stays calm in situations, and she's the one who handles like the stressful things. And they knew that Jenn is going to be torn apart for her call to 911, where she doesn't act like anything is wrong. She talks like she's ordering a fucking pizza, and they know she's going to get tore up for that. And so they tried to preempt that by saying, no, that's just who she is. She stays calm in a crisis. So she called 911. Carrie told her to go get the blankets out of her car. She said John's body was covered in snow. It was a little ways off the road. She wasn't exactly sure the distance. She runs the blankets over to Carrie. She lifts up John and puts the blanket underneath him. Carrie yells at Karen to get off of John. Karen's just screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Carrie tells her to give him mouth to mouth, and Karen starts screaming because as she's doing that, blood starts coming out of John's mouth. Carrie asks Jenn to take over the compressions. The first responders arrived within minutes after she called 911. The police came first. Karen was just running around screaming, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She said that when the EMTs got there, the EMTs were asking questions, and Karen directly said, crystal clear, I hit him. Now, once again, this is very interesting because nobody writes that down in any of their reports. That's not written in any first responder reports. It's not written in any of the police officers' reports. Officer Seraph, who's supposedly standing there and says, go get Good, get Sergeant Good over here, he doesn't write it in his report. Nobody writes this down. Now, that is an interesting thing. So she's saying, I heard her tell the EMT crystal clear, I hit him. And then she apparently sees that she has like blood on her, and Karen asks her if she started her period. Like, did I just start my period? Like, she doesn't understand why she has blood on her. I don't even know why. I don't even know if that was, I don't even know why that's brought up, but it's just interesting. I don't know why she brings that up though. Let me check my email. Oh, the video, yeah. All right, let's see if we can make out that spot. Is it supposed to be here? Oh, it's supposed to be there. I got it. Hold on. Let me make this bigger. I got it now. That makes sense. It's right here. It's this spot. So it's like looking down at this spot. That picture is. Let me bring it back up. Gosh darn it. I hate that it brings up other pictures. So dumb. Okay, so we're looking down on, here we go. It's this spot right here. That's what they're talking about. Let me back it up. Right there. That's what it is. Thank you, Lynn. Okay, now it makes sense. So it is. They're looking in the back of her car. They're almost like looking down on it from up here and taking a picture of this spot, which is interesting because I actually don't know if I even paid attention to that spot. I was too close. I was paying too much attention to these two when I watched this the first time. Yeah, they removed the whole taillight. This was not the taillight. They removed it before the defense's reconstructionist got there. So, okay, makes perfect sense now. Got it. Thank you very much. So I was like, I don't have any idea what the hell I'm even looking at. Yep. Okay, so Karen said someone's going to have to take care of the kids. Like, please promise me you're going to take care of the kids. Somebody needs to take care of the kids. And she said they pray. She said Karen told Carrie to see if John was dead when they were moving him, and Karen took Jen's hands and said, can you Google hypothermia and how long it would take to die in the cold? Which is what she did. She doesn't even remember if she got an answer from Google because then other stuff started happening. But that's when she Googled it. But her hands were cold and she has MS. And so that's where the typos came from. So that, Karen had been sat in one of the back of the squad cars and the officer asked her to sit with Karen in the back of the squad car. And so she takes her hands and says, Google hypothermia and how long it would take to die in the cold, which I did. She calls Nicole. Nicole does not answer, so she went inside. The door was unlocked, as it is normally. She went into her sister's bedroom while they were sleeping, which is also a very strange thing that a cop doesn't have his gun, ready to go, or his door's locked. Doesn't remember if Chloe was even there. Chloe doesn't bark at her. Chloe doesn't make a sound. Nothing. So she goes over to the bed and starts saying, Brian, Nicole. She said Brian woke up first and she tells them that John was found out front. She could have said he was dead. She doesn't remember. I'm pretty sure she says he was dead on the 911 call. She said they were shocked. They got up and came downstairs, and Officer Lank was downstairs, or Sergeant Lank, whatever he is. She knew who Lank was. It was Brian herself and Nicole that talked with Lank. She said Matt arrived later, and then he talked with Lank. Carrie and Karen left to go pick up John's parents. She did see them come back approximately 5 minutes later. She doesn't really know what happened after that. So then Julie arrived. Nothing was happening outside. Julie would have had no idea what was going on. Everybody was gone by then. Julie comes inside, and then she's told what's going on. And then Brian Higgins arrives. Doesn't know how he knew, how he got there, what happened, why he bothered to show up. Said Lincoln Gallagher arrived again after Jenn got his number from Julie and called him. She told Lank about the comments Karen made that morning, that Karen had told an EMT that she hit John. Now, if she's already been interviewed by Lank and Good, and then Lank again, they've already had these conversations, and you know that Karen told you and this EMT that she hit John, why didn't you already tell him this? Hold on, you guys. The dog's scratching at the door. Hold on. Okay, let me see. Okay, so they come back after she calls him. She gets the number from Julie. I still don't understand why she wouldn't have said that to anybody. So essentially, nobody there that morning tells anybody this except for Katie. Paramedic Katie McLaughlin is the only one who supposedly tells anybody anything, and nobody relays this information to the doctors. Nobody relays it to the nurses. The cops hear this statement. They don't tell anybody. Carrie and Karen both hear this statement. They don't tell anybody until closer to 9 o'clock. It's just weird. So she and her husband end up leaving about 11:30ish to go home. Proctor and Buchnick come to her house. Brian Albert also comes to her house. She said she asked him to come because he's like a brother. Ironic, because he says she's like my sister, and I wanted to be there for her. Her husband's there. I don't know that's just another weird thing. Her husband's there. She's got support, and you shouldn't be being interviewed with anybody anyway. But he goes anyway. She says she asked him to come. She wanted the support. He's like a brother. She talks to the troopers in the dining room alone, and Matt and Brian go out to the bedroom. The troopers later talked to Brian and Matt, but she was not there for those conversations, and she could not hear them. There are messages to Karen asking for Carrie's phone number because she didn't have Carrie's number, and she wanted to get updates on what was going on. She said that she also had a phone conversation when Karen was in the ambulance, and Karen asked if John was dead and if Jenn would come and visit her. And she said she ultimately did not even get Carrie's number from Karen. She got it some other way. She doesn't even remember how she got it, but she knows she didn't get it from Karen. Sadie says, I'm still not understanding why Karen would have been so frantic when she realized he wasn't home. I get being worried and wanting to find him, but why so frantic? Well, that's tough because we don't know them and we don't know their habits. So it could be something that if they could show like John, and her didn't have like the kind of relationship where he would come home, like he would hang out, he would drink somewhere else and stay at somebody else's friend's house or one of his friend's houses and just crash on the couch, then I think it would be very weird. But if John's the kind of guy that would always come home, he would never stay out. And let's say Karen does think that she left him at the waterfall. Does she think he never got home? Does she think that like he tried to walk home in the snowstorm because she left him at the waterfall? I don't know. It's such a strange situation. Because I could see people not freaking out. But I can tell you right now, if my husband, and I get it, like it's my husband, not my boyfriend, but if my husband didn't show up and he's supposed to, I would first I'd be pissed and then I'd be scared. I'm curious, did anybody actually, who if anyone ate the donuts that Aunt Julie brought via ritual? That's what we need to know. In the video, when Karen leaves to go find John, the taillight is intact. That's why I'm like, the defense is going to have to bring forward that it could have cracked it and that they broke it. They're going to have to bring a little bit more forward, I think, than this whole could things have been broken in the bay. Even though I think is it Gallagher? I think it might have been Gallagher who testified saying, oh yeah, oh yeah, it was broken. And then the next sentence, he's like, no, nothing was broken in the bay. So basically, John O'Keefe was alive when they arrived. This is tough because it seems like they were working on him like he was alive. But they say that they don't have, they're not getting a pulse. And I don't know. This is like the crazy thing because he also has the bruises on the back of his hands that it is being suggested were, it could possibly be from the IVs that they were running at the hospital. That bruising was from them trying to get a vein. They also say like those could be defensive wounds. So, but we don't have anybody that's testified that. But wheat, were they made of wheat? Yeah, they testified like I don't remember exactly what they said, so I don't want to quote it, but it was something like they heard something. Do you guys remember that? Officer Gallagher said he was alive. I don't want to misquote it, but they said something along the lines of like they heard something. Catastrophe? I'm telling you, I keep going back to that. But then Joseph Scott Morgan said that's not true. And I'm like, well, he would fucking know better than I would. But I was told, I can't remember not thinking you had to be warm and dead. You can't be cold and dead. You can only be declared dead when you're warm and dead. If they started CPR at the scene, they have to keep going. Yeah. That's what I thought. I'm right there with you. Yep, see, okay. Thought viable. Okay, we're all kind of thinking along the same lines. I thought that until Joseph Scott Morgan went on Melanie Little's channel and said that wasn't necessary. And I was like, I have never heard that not being necessary, but he's a very intelligent man. I've always heard warm and dead. Yep, nursing experience, warm and dead. I need a recap of this marathon recap. I can just the slides are the whole presentation is in the Karen Reed chat, so you could always you could read it and then you won't have any commentary. There's a lot of typos though, which I don't normally realize until I'm on here reading it. No, but they supposedly they can't declare somebody who has a low body temperature like that they can't declare them dead until they bring them back to temperature, because there has been cases of people frozen that are not actually deceased. They thought he was viable, meaning they thought he could resuscitate him. Knows he has to be warmed back before official death declared. Gallagher said he thought a viable resuscitation. Yeah, his cause of death is blunt force trauma with hypothermia. Manner of death undetermined. He was declared around 7:55, yeah. Let me see. $7.50. They find homeless people frozen to death often. Do you think they warm all these folks before pronouncing them dead? Well, if they don't, I mean, I think it would probably depend on, I don't know, maybe how long they've been dead? or how long they've been. I don't know that, Sleuthy. I'm just saying, like, I was always taught it was warm and dead because you don't want them to be getting cut open for an autopsy. Essentially, John is declared dead at the same time that they are abandoning the scene and not keeping it protected. So Lincoln Company didn't check with the hospital before closing the scene and releasing it at 8. No. But he does say that he thought he was going to die, remember? Because that's why he ends up calling the state police, because from the injuries, he doesn't know if they're going to be able to save him. And that's when Proctor calls back and says they won't be taking over because he hadn't technically died yet. And so they do this whole scene processing on their own accord with their leaf blowers and red Solo cups. And nobody bothers to get a warrant to go in the house. I would almost, if the guy's dead on your front lawn, I just don't know why these investigators don't get a warrant to go in the house, especially with the added knowledge that he was supposed to be there the night before. He knew the people in the house. How do you not search the house? I don't get that. How do you not search the house? They almost made it sound like blood was flowing since Karen had blood on her face. And it wouldn't flow if he was alive, would it? Well, Joseph Scott Morgan talks about this too on Melanie Little's, and he said, I don't want to misquote him. You should probably listen to that one because it's very good. But he said something about that, yeah, there could be things like caught in the airway as she goes to do that, and now it's coming out. Chicken operas. They let Carrie trample on it and shake her blanket out all over it. So that's true. I don't even know if that was happening right at the same time as they were like pulling up. No. Do you have a poll for, do you have any of these witnesses who are actually telling the truth about anything? Just asking for a friend. Okay, we finished Jen's. Let's take a look at the poll for Jenn. I think that, oh man, never mind. My instinct was wrong on this one. We as a chat find Jennifer McCabe to be more believable than Colin, but less believable than her husband and less believable than her daughter. So far, out of those four, we have Allie as the most believable, then Matt, then Jenn, and then Colin. I could see that. I could go with that. None of them are very highly believable, according to this chat's polls results. On the 911 call where Jenn called for an unconscious man, she suggested that John had been there a couple hours. Mistakes slip up. I don't know, but I think she says that he's dead. I think he's dead. The defense did say, please wait for us. I'm sure this is the prosecution time to tell us how Karen did it. They're doing a terrible job. You would think it's the McAlberts on trial. I think this is the Commonwealth in defense of the McAlberts. Absolutely. That's exactly what I think. And like I said, I don't call them that to make fun of them. It's just an easier for both of their names go together. And it does actually really work well because that's their family name. Okay, so regarding the Sleuthy Goosey Roofie hypothesis, not fact, theory, GHB half-life is extremely quick, but being frozen would preserve the ability to test for it. Okay, catastrophe. Would it typically be tested for in an autopsy? Nose, it was said, yeah. The blood was coming out the nose. Oh, you're very, very welcome. Thank you for being here. Right? It does. It makes me really sad, too, because this is like one of those circumstances, like, it seems like you've got a really nice guy, just a good guy, taking care of his niece and nephew. He's a cop. He's obviously, I don't think I've heard anything bad about this guy, like at all, outside of this text message, supposedly, which we haven't even seen and won't be in evidence, from Karen saying that he possibly was kissing Laura's sister. And then Laura's sister, I think, is on the witness list for the prosecution. I don't remember her name, though. Melissa, Melon, I don't know. I don't remember her name. Right. But some of them don't even have they don't even have interviews done for months. Some 6 months, some 10 months, some over a year. It's so weird. Well, I don't know why all these people should have been interviewed immediately. That's why I'm like, the investigation itself is so bad. I don't even know how they have this in front of a jury. That's going to be such a problem for them. Must have picked up a rhythm during CPR. What's up, Radar? And why weren't they doing more? I mean, I know this is terrible to say. I really do. And it's not fair. But if you guys know, like, if you tell 911 that you've got a cop down, the response is typically flipping crazy. You got a cop down, no matter whether they're on or off duty. Like, cops are all over that. They're ready to be there and do anything they can to figure out what the hell's going on. You've got state police who don't seem to give a shit, and they're just like, yeah, sorry, not our jurisdiction. We're not coming in. Like, normally with cop down, you've got people coming from everywhere. And they didn't do that for him. Well, she doesn't tell him that he's a cop, but Carrie did. Does she not tell him that? You know, her 911 call was so bad, it's so hard to hear. But Carrie does tell him that. Carrie does say he's a Boston police officer when she calls to say that he's missing and wanted to know if they'd picked him up. Remember? So we can hear Carrie's pretty well. Microdot's cleaned it up. I don't think anybody's cleaned up Karen's. Not that I found. Karen could have blamed the police investigation. Well, that's why I'm wondering, and that's why I'm waiting. I'm trying to not be overly judgmental one way or the other, and I'm waiting for the rest of the evidence that the Commonwealth brings forward, and then I want to see what the defense has to show their theory is the only theory that's possible. Like, or are they just trying to do this and throw in doubt? Because I'll tell you, there are some things that I'm like, okay, I don't see what you're getting at there. That little fight thingy, you know, with them wrestling around at the bar, I don't think that's a big deal. I don't think that leads to the death of somebody. But they're adamant that this is right. So I'm going to wait. I have no determination the beginning of this live to 5 and almost a half hours into this live, and every other Karen Read live I've done, I do not know what the hell happened to John O'Keefe out there. I have no opinion, except for I cannot figure out why these people keep taking the stand and why Lolly is presenting his case this way. Why 3 weeks in, we don't know anything about how Karen Read hit John and how John was actually killed. That's where I'm at. So, all right, I'm going to wrap this up. I am excited for tomorrow to see what holes are poked into Jenn McCabe's story. I can see a few spots already, especially with that going, Karen showed us the taillight. Okay, well, show me where Karen showed you. Here's the video of you there. And go ahead and show us where she shows you and Carrie that. I don't have a decision at all. So I'm ready for this trial to finish up with these lay witnesses, and let's get to some experts that can have some explanations. Did Travis make a good point? Where is it at? Let me find it. Liquid inside eye and blood usually from heart. Okay. My point was that Jenn said that J.O. had been there for about 2 hours. It might be true if you follow the timeline. He had been placed there between 3 and 4. It's a good point, JC. Well, she says it was chaotic. I don't know. She called. That's the other thing is Jenn McCabe calls her sister. Those calls are connected. You know, they're going to have to bring in their phone experts, their digital experts. That's why I'm waiting. I want the reconstruction people and I want the digital people. Those are the ones that I think are going to make or break the case either way. So I'm going to wrap this up. I thank you guys for being here and hanging out. I will try my best to do another trial, Karen Reed trial recap. Maybe Wednesday. Try to maybe break it up Wednesday and then Friday. It'll be 2 days each. That might be easier to kind of digest. I will do my very darndest. I am going to set up a Delphi Live. It is not set up yet, so I cannot portal you guys to it. I am going to run to the restroom, grab a snack, and we will be back to cover all the new documents in the Delphi case. If that is a case you are interested, make sure that you are keeping an eye on the channel for the next live that's set up. And let me get this off of here and that off of there. But as always, I know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you guys could hang out, and yet you choose to spend it here with me, whether you agree with my opinions or not. I am so thankful for each and every single one of you for being here. Just know you guys are always welcome. Your opinions are always welcome. Always choose kindness and respect to each other, whether you agree with people's opinions or not. And I promise you, your life on true crime social media will be so much better. I'll see you guys in just a few.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.